everybody. Welcome to the finale of Scoured Stars. Hooray! Yay!
Yay! What do you mean, oh no?
The voices in
We're
your
like,
head,
boo.
Jim Jam.
This is the part of the episode that I hate the most, is when it just comes on me, because I feel like, what? No, what am I going to? Nobody cares about.
You
Like,
can
what am
do
I
it.
We're
Yes,
just
you
all
do.
staring
Everyone
at you,
loves
Jim
you.
Jam. We're all looking
Everybody
at
is.
you.
The whole world.
The whole
is
world.
Watching, you know?
Yeah, in
That's
that
our
beautiful
final
game,
episode.
Blazer.
in the
Yes.
game Blazer. I did remember it this time. So we know it's going to be a fantastic episode. I'm actually really excited about this adventure. We are going to delve into a lot of crazy action. This one definitely goes out with a bang. And I'm really excited to get into it. So, hey, everybody's here. How are y'all doing? Everybody good? Everybody feeling good about the finale? Is anybody like nervous at all? I actually warned you. I warned you that it could get intense in the final fight for this one. And the starship combat, which we have never done. We're gonna delve into that a little bit for this episode. So,
Very
Die
so
gloriously.
is
We did a
anybody,
little bit.
like, nervous about it. What's that?
We did like a little bit of spaceship combat like early in, I think. I feel like.
Yeah, you had like the
Mhm.
chase, which is a different
A
it's
vehicle, yeah,
completely
right.
different mechanically, right?
Okay.
Starship
Mhm.
combat is like, it's almost like a whole game within a game. Like,
Right.
it's almost a completely different game system. I made all of these like crazy cheat sheets for everybody, so we get into it. Hopefully, it'll go really smoothly. If not, you know, we're gonna have fun anyway. We're just gonna roll with it.
I'm probably gonna
Again,
die.
die
Probably
gloriously.
gonna
A
die.
lot of us will.
Probably.
There was.
I mean, after last week,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that was
Yeah.
so close. That was so.
We got
close.
so much
Casca
loot.
Really came through.
we got so
Yes,
much
we got
loot,
a lot of good
and it was funny because everyone was talking about loot this week, and I was like, nah, I'll just let them all take first, dibs at the loot. And then I went in there today, and I was like, everyone's really powerful now. So I'm probably gonna die.
yeah. We were just trying to catch up to Voltarix.
Yes, we were.
That's true.
I was.
Yeah.
We needed a
Well-
bit of performance enhancement.
Right.
Mhm.
And it's perfectly natural.
Yes.
Well, you are gonna need all that sweet loot that you got from the previous episode. I will say there was one other time where I warned everybody early. I was like, I'm seeing some stuff coming up that could theoretically we could see a character death. Like, I could totally see it happening, and it didn't happen before. You guys have scraped by, sometimes by the skin of your teeth, but you've always survived. This one, anything could happen in the finale. I am super excited to get into it. I'm actually going to dive in pretty quick here because there's a lot of adventure, and I want to get into it and make sure that we have a killer last session. So here we go.
Yeah.
We're going to do it. We're going to play some Starfinder. As soon as I find my notes. There we go. Good morning, Galaxy. This is Segway Macedro with a very special Absalom news update. We are live aboard the Starfinder Society warship Scoured Rising with the star team of Starfinder field agents some say are directly responsible for unleashing the rampage of fanatically aggressive Jinsul Empire. With me here is Captain Gunnan. Tell me, Captain, what do you say to the people who blame your crew for the orgy of violence raging across the vast?
That is interesting. Normally, I don't take questions from the cowardly and those sitting on the sidelines, but we were tasked with rescuing our brethren, sisterin, and fellow sentients in the Starfinder Society, and we did so. And we continue to go out and fight and struggle to make the galaxy a better and brighter place for all sentients everywhere.
Strong words from Captain Gunnan.
Thank you, Haven.
Let's turn to the ship's Sheeran pilot, Haven. Reports say you destroyed your first ship in a reckless charge through a living thunderstorm not too long ago, and now you've got the stick on a brand new Drake gunboat. Do you feel confident about taking on the Jinsul command ship in the upcoming operation against the Jinsul Herald of Destruction Duras?
Oh, well, as every ace pilot knows, sometimes you have to make a difficult decision for the good of the many, and in this case it was sacrificing our dear Scourdo. But look, we're back and better than ever. Vroom vroom.
Thank you for your time, Haven. Maple has just entered the bridge. Would you have time to answer a few questions for your fans, Maple? All of Absalom Station has been talking about you. Merch sales have been through the roof. My daughter bought one of those custom wing rigs with the glowing silver streamers, and she hasn't taken the thing off since she arrived, or since it arrived. Do you have any reassuring words for the fans concerning your crew is headed out on a suicide mission that will almost certainly spell doom for every single one of you?
Okay, first of all, you did get me with the merch thing. Thank you very much. Good tie-in. So everyone, please make sure to go visit the scoureddough.com/gov.edu
Oh no!
and check out our merch. I added some stuff. The fans will get confused. And don't forget to support your local human bread store. That's like a new thing we're trying to do because we realized last time that maybe we were being like a little negative about the bread. So support your local bread. I think we're gonna be totally fine. I say this before every mission, and it's pretty much true. Like, sometimes you just go out there and, like, nothing happens, and then you're fine, and you come home and you get, like, prizes and treasure. That's kind of, like, what I feel like happens, but I'm probably, like, not remembering some of the stuff that happens in between us going and coming back, probably.
Interesting.
It'll be fine.
I'm sure that the fans are very happy to hear that, Maple. I do want to take a moment with your final crew members. It looks like I see Kazka and Volterix, and Volterix is gone. Does anybody? Do we know where she went? I thought I could have sworn she was standing right there. It's
She
like
does
she
that.
literally
Hey,
disappeared.
Volterix, Zoe's here.
That is what she does.
So,
Well, anyway, Kazka, you are famous for your battle prowess demonstrated time and time again on Society missions, but do you feel ready to take on the elite Jinsul forces arrayed against the Starfinder Society today?
I feel stronger than ever, and I will do my best performance for my crew and my captain. I am and will always be the gladiator of space, and everyone knows that.
Interesting. So there you have it, Absalom Station, direct from the crew of the Scoured Rising as they prepare for all-out war against the Jinsul fleet.
Excuse me? Sir, you're being really rude. You forgot Volterix. She's part of our crew.
Is she still here? I don't...
Volterix!
I mean, we would love to
Vol-
do an interview with Volterix. There are people that are asking about a potential scandal with the society. If you would like to...
We should definitely wait. We should definitely wait for Voltarix. As a Zoe superfan, I would be remiss as her captain to not give her a chance to speak.
and she nearly died on one of our recent missions. Ooh, scary.
I didn't
I
die.
saved her. Well, I saved
Volterix,
you.
you are here.
Yeah.
Volterix, if you don't mind, do you have a comment for those who, there are some leaked emails indicating that you once attempted to join the Hell Knights? This is, of course, people who've been following the story of the crew are very interested to know, has there been strife in the ranks? Have you been thinking of jumping ship?
I mean, we technically lost our ship, but I guess we'll see
Ouch.
what happens. There's always a ship to go and be a part of. I don't know. They seemed cool. I was just chatting with them. I don't necessarily think that I was looking for anything else, unless anything were to come about. I am available. Like Maple mentioned, scoureddough.com.gov.edu.
Yeah.
And you can get a hold of me there. But I think I'm okay here. But just in case.
That clears that up.
That was great.
So
That was great.
direct from the crew of the Scoured Rising as they prepare for this all-out war against the Jinsul fleet. Reports indicate that Duras himself will be in command of the fleet, and that this is the battle to decide the fate of the Scoured Stars once and for all. We wish the Starfinder Society good luck, and hope they aren't throwing their lives away in a needless battle of their own making. We'll see you next time on the Absalom News Update. At this point, the lights from the cameras fade. Segway Macedros shakes hands, gives you all a final goodbye, and leaves your new ship, the Scoured Rising, a heavily armed gunboat. You'll soon be taking out against the Jinsul along a massive fleet of Starfinder allies, and the Crayholm Freehold's naval forces. Your target
So beautiful.
is the Jinsul Herald of Destruction, Duras, who has been rampaging across the vast, attempting to find and capture all the descendants of those who once fled the Scoured Stars to escape a sleeping deity, Cadrakal. The Jinsul forces believe that their purpose is to force all those who fled to return to Kadrikal's embrace, and the Starfinder Society means to disrupt that plan. You take the Scourdo Rising out from Absalom Station. You link up with the Society Mega Carrier, a ship you've been on before, the Pride of Hadara, which will ferry you through the drift to the Saruk system. There is where you will engage the Jinsul fleet. While on board, you get a notification from Historia 7 requesting your presence. She is currently in the fleet server hub on Deck 12. What do you do?
Head that way, but while we're walking, I just say, we've been through a lot together, and every indication is this will be the decisive battle. I have nothing but the utmost confidence in all of you, and you have all made me so very proud. High fours, everyone.
It would now be the best.
Go ahead.
It would now be the best time to ask for a raise.
Perhaps right after we succeed. I feel like they would only stall us right now, and when we come back as glorious liberators, we'll have a much better negotiation posture.
Acknowledged.
What were you saying, Casca?
I was just gonna say that Kazka kind of like awkwardly reaches for like a hug for the captain because of like
bring it in.
all the memories of him saving her and being his #1 fan. So she's gonna like reach it and just kind of like have like a genuine moment. Like this is like her first father figure to her.
Actually, he like holds on to her for just like a beat. He just goes, "Wait a second, no saying goodbye, soldier."
Okay.
Then,
Well,
go.
just in case, Captain.
In case what?
Just in case.
What? Wait, hold on now. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be like totally fine. This is just like another thing we're doing.
Especially you're like wrapped in 3 levels of Durasteel now. But how are you? And I just like knock on her new suit of armor.
Okay, so
yeah.
we did get a bunch of loot last time, and I did kind of say like, "Hey everyone, like if you want something, come and get it." And no one really, everyone was like really preoccupied. So I just kind of went in there and took like the best thing, but I feel like I gave you all a fighting chance. So, see that Maple is wearing this like. It's like this holographic silver suit that's like it's super hard, but it still moves really quickly. It's light armor, and but she still has her like light projections and stuff on it. And she did like kind of like put like a cape on. It's like a half cape going on. It's like a whole. It's like a little regal. It's pretty cool.
No, you look fantastic. And I would just say, tactically, if we're engaged in a firefight, everyone hide behind Maple.
No, I think I'm gonna still keep doing my thing where I stay in the back because I still get hit anyway, and I do have like magic that's like 100 feet in range, so there's really no point in me like touching stuff because also touching stuff's gross.
But you allow me to feel a bit safer. Thank you for the hand-me-down, Maple. And you can see that Haven is now in Maple's old armor. It's like it's because Haven normally has been wearing like a flight suit, but now you see them in like a frilly sort of leathery piece where it's really form-fitting, and you can see their private arms and everything.
Oh. You're very sexy
totally.
now, Haven.
Yeah.
Sexy and durable. It's the best combination.
Well, it's not as good as my suit, but it's like pretty good since I, had it first. Probably increased its value. We could always sell it on our website, the Scoured dot something.
We did purchase a number of redirect domains.
Yeah. It's good to see you up and about, Voltarix. You came a little close last time. I don't know what I would do if we lost you.
Voltarix, did she disappear?
I think she went invisible again. She does that.
No, the only thing... We said too many kind things about her in quick succession. Yeah, Voltarix, she seems to be not pulling her weight anymore. We might need to replace her with a more competent fighter.
I've seen the other side of death.
Hey!
I do not fear it.
Oh.
Well, there she is. That trick always works. Thank you, Voltarix. And then
Captain,
on the
I got that
Historia
on-
7.
I got that on video.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Added to the new Voltairix file with triple encryption.
Definitely. We'll have
You had to
to
find-
release
you had
the
to
greatest hits
re-download.
video after this. Yeah.
You had to go and scour the infosphere for new links and re-download everything after all of your personal devices had been mysteriously wiped in a freak accident several weeks ago. It's been
But the cloud
been a
is
time.
forever.
Yes, that's why we have
the
server-side
cloud is
backups.
forever. You make your way to Deck 12. You find Historia 7 is monitoring fleet positions and communications when you arrive. In her typical fashion, she does not turn to greet you or even flick her eyes to notice you, but you do see an ever so slight smile on her lips when you enter the room. Starfinders, I have need of your ability to speak pleasantly with others. I have been tasked with outreach to potential allies in the coming conflict, and I'm qualified only in my technical capabilities to establish open channels between distant participants in this war council. Acknowledge.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Many of the
And if I
participants.
might say, it's good to see you looking fully recovered from our last encounter.
I am operating
Presumably
at
she
100%
does look-
efficiency. Oh yeah,
100%.
she's got all of her limbs are reattached.
Good.
All of the since skin has sealed up all of the wounds. She's looking quite well.
Are there any indications of upgrades? Like, are her limbs different, or was she just restored? Like, has she been improved or just restored?
Make an engineering check or perception,
Ooh,
whatever
okay.
is
The
better for you.
technology.
Probably engineering. Let's see. Here. Just like I'm gonna walk up and just slap the HUD of Historia 7. Like, oh, this
Yay!
baby will fit a lot more information now. That is gonna be 34.
34, yeah.
35, in fact, 35.
Wow.
You notice that everything that is on the surface looks as if she's been repaired and everything's been replaced, but you notice you have a flashback to when you found her wounded, and you remember she was tinkering with one of her cyber eyes, and as you're looking at them now, they look the same, but there's a telltale marker that you can tell that she's actually upgraded her eyes to the most recent model, yeah, that's the only upgrade, the obvious upgrade that you notice.
Ocular firmware upgrade. Well done there. That will help improve your reading acuity and probably targeting capabilities by at least 18%.
17%, but very astute for an organic brain.
I'll choose to take that as a compliment, but yes, ma'am. Please continue.
The participants in our war council have had past contact with your team, and your reliability makes me confident that you can achieve your mission and objective here. You must convince the members of this war council to commit forces to the conflict in the Saruk system. You will leverage your relationship with these individuals and negotiate a coordinated battle plan. We suspect some members of the council will be resistant to your efforts, but success is necessary to the survival of yourselves and your comrades in the coming battle. I will open the channel when you are ready. The following individuals will represent potential allied organizations. Elder Narma of the Zalguin has been asked to come out of isolation and commit her small fleet to this battle. Iteration 177 of the Aspis Consortium is being asked to commit funding and mercenary forces to the coming battle. Albrian of Etheum's Lore Wardens is being asked to allow remote access to their data on Jinsul weaponry and tactics to the Society. Renegade Hell Knight Kelria is to be discouraged from committing her rogue Pyre Knights to the Jinsul cause. Success in each area will provide distinct tactical advantages in our coming conflict. Acknowledge.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
That was
You
like
may
saying-
talk
just
amongst
to-
yourselves if you need time to plan. Otherwise, alert me when you are ready for me to open communications.
Just to clarify,
Yeah.
Historia 7, this is all to get everyone against the Jinsul forces, correct?
Indeed, although in the case of the Hell Knights, they intend to join the Jinsul, and you must convince them of the error of their current plan.
I'm gonna slowly glance at Voltairix.
Yeah.
Yes, I think
This way.
it's I think Kazka and Voltarix can talk to Albrian to convince him not to join, or Kelria rather, not to join the Jinsul. I think Haven might have the greatest capability with Albrian requesting the data. And that leaves Maple to sway Iteration 177. I believe you had good relations with them last time for cash and mercenaries. And I myself will convince Aldenara to pledge her fleet to the coming crisis.
Sounds like a
Should be
plan,
easy.
Captain.
Yes, Captain.
Just be yourselves, except when you absolutely should not be yourselves.
Acknowledged.
No violence. Violence or
acknowledged.
violence? Or no violence?
Like whatever at this point, you know?
Well,
Like, do you?
Feel free to threaten Kelria. I think you all will know. The last time we ran into some Hell Knights, they fell like dried heaps of grass before us. So if you would
That's
like
true.
to point that out, I'd leave it up to the two of you.
We're also like Voltarix's best friends, so it'll be fine.
I wouldn't
It's
say
true.
that like for friends, because I ended up killing, them earlier.
But you almost joined them. See, we're almost before that friends. So before the killing, you were.
I mean-
yeah. So like closer than us.
I mean,
That
like I
means-
all the time.
I had an application,
sh-
but I didn't send it because like I had it, But
That means you should have an insight to the superiority of the Starfinder cause. Yes.
yeah,
But Historia 7, I am prepared if you would like to get Aldenara on the line.
Indeed. She starts working the console in front of her, and within a few seconds, you see several holographic images appear. Most of the there are 4 of them in total, all blurred out except for one that you recognize as the Izalguin Narma, whom you had dealings with when you went to her home planet, Izalguin.
Oh.
She greets all of you and says, it is good to see that you're doing well, but I am afraid that this will be something of a waste of your time. We, Izalguin, have no interest in revealing. We have hid from Cadrical and forces such as the Jinsul for centuries, and we do not intend to break that isolation now. We feel it is safest for our people to remain where we are.
Narma, if I may, it is good to see you again. Blessings upon you and your family. Although we are, of course, amongst the finest crew in the Starfinders, we were able to locate you fairly easily. The Jinsul are sweeping across the galaxy like an open flame, and they will purge world after world until they arrive at your front door. We are here to offer our support and our protection as we go into battle against the Jinsul to protect you and people like you. If you stand with us, your survival is guaranteed, but unfortunately, if you leave us to go and face them alone, your future is precarious at best.
Make a diplomacy check, Captain Gunn.
Well said, too.
Very good.
It backs up the high rolls or the skill
Yeah,
points.
hopefully, yeah. Let's see.
Almost like I didn't
That's
beat David
hey,
as
that
one
ex-
person.
that worked out. 20. That's gonna be 38. Wait, 39.
Oh my
I keep forgetting I'm 1d6 plus 1 now on the bonus thing.
Oh,
there,
right.
so, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get those
Oh.
bonus die.
Mm-hmm.
Narma seems to consider your words very carefully. She folds her arms across her chest. At first, a sign of defensiveness that you think might indicate that she's going to stand firm, but her reply leads you to believe that you may have won her over. She says, though I lead my people, I am no tyrant, and we must hold a vote. But I will bring up this concern that isolation will not keep us safe. I think
We, of course, will respect the will of your people, but I hope you all arrive at a consensus quickly. Our ships are already in the drift, heading towards conflict as we speak.
I have a lot to discuss with the council for my village, and I will respond to the fleet within a day. And she cuts off contact. But you feel like you have won her over, and you are confident that if she can convince the other Izalgun to join forces, you may have some backup in the coming conflict. And I will
I
note
very
down.
much stand with my top two arms like crossed, like I'm happy, but the bottom two are just legit finger guns at Maple and Casca. It's like, yeah.
Historia 7 looks at you and says, "Acceptable performance, Captain."
Wow.
That
Okay.
is an understatement, but I would come to expect that from a technological mind. And I step back.
Who should I contact next?
Perhaps the War Wardens, the Albrian.
Indeed. Hands fly across the console, and one of the remaining holograms comes into sharp focus, and you see the not a true half-elf, but the half-elven form that Albrian has taken at this point. He says, "Starfinders, it is excellent to see you. I wish you luck in your coming conflict. I have heard that you are requesting remote access to our data library, which there's simply no way that's not possible. We simply do not allow anyone to access except directly. If you wish to send forces to Theum and pay, of course, the requisite research fees, we would be happy to give you access to our data libraries, but we cannot give you remote access."
I see. The capability to provide remote access is beyond your knowledge. This is something that you are not able to do because of your inferior capabilities. I see.
No, that's a serious misrepresentation of the situation. I no, that absolutely not. Why don't you make a sense motive check for me, Haven?
Yeah. Yes, I will. Oops, that's a 7.
Oh,
7. You can tell that they're certainly confused by this sudden tactic. You don't think it's enough to win them over by any stretch of the imagination, but you've definitely put them a little bit off guard. What you can remember, though, is now that you're thinking back to your previous the last when you were on Atheum, you recall that they had become somewhat indebted to you.
Yes.
Though there is a concern with bringing that up. They may also recall that there was some data destroyed by a certain
That's right.
by one Sheeran ace pilot. So it may be risky to bring that up in an attempt to sort of bully them into helping you. Otherwise, if you could think of anything you could offer them that might help. You know that they are... make a culture check for me.
Okay. Ooh, better. 17.
17. Yeah, you recall that they are sort of obsessed with having esoteric data and having the only copies of such data.
Right.
NFTs. And you know, exactly, they're NFT hoarders. You know that you have, if you can't convince them, you might be able to buy them off with, you guys had taken records from the Izalguin. You know that you probably could buy access with those, as they are copies of records that no one in the universe would have except you. But you know that the Izalguin also take a lot of precautions to preserve their anonymity, and they might actually be upset if you gave that data. So it's kind of up to you whether you think it's worth it to, if you can't convince them, you could probably buy them, but if you buy them, you might piss off your allies that you had just convinced to join this battle.
Albrian, I'm going to be honest with you. As a member of the Dataphile faction, I thoroughly believe that information should be free-flowing, and that what we have to share will benefit all. That being said, I may have something that might pique your interest, some exclusive knowledge, and we have the only access to it.
I'm listening.
Well, perhaps we give you access to half of this data, and maybe we'll throw some credits your way, as well as maybe cashing in a favor or two that you may owe us. And the rest will be transmitted after we are successful.
What is the nature of this data you're offering?
Well, have you ever wanted to know more about the Azalguins or their way of life?
Indeed, we've only heard of them in passing. We know that they were presumed to be extinct for many years. If you had...
Well, boy, do I have
First-hand
some
account?
news for you.
Make a diplomacy check and give yourself a +4 bonus with the offer of
Yeah.
this data.
Awesome. Okay, hold on. Plus my diplomacy. So that's 25, 29.
29.
Wow.
Not as good as the
Albrand,
captain, but
Not as good as the captain, but you can
More
tell
than
that
enough,
That's
Haven.
good.
you have
hey.
piqued Atheum's interests. If you were to transmit these records and ensure that the transmitted copies were the only ones in existence, you would have to give us what you have and destroy
Mm.
any copies you have made for yourselves. This would
Well,
be an acceptable deal.
I don't need to remind you that I seem to be a bit of an expert at data deletion, so once the conflict is resolved, we will send over a copy and we will live stream me deleting our version.
Acceptable. You and the fleet
Acknowledged.
may have remote access to any information we have on the Scoured Stars and the Jinsul forces and their technology specifically. And I will mark down
Bing bong,
another
that's how you do it. And I'll hang up.
another success. Now, each of these successes will provide a distinctive bonus that I have that'll become apparent later in this
High,
adventure.
high fours, Haven. You get all four. No,
Ew.
private hands. High two.
Right.
I
do.
Right. I very much come at you with all four. Go towards your private hands. Like, oh, ew, sorry. Just up high.
I appreciate that, Captain.
Well, I
And I'll
want
go
to be
over and sit
respectful.
down.
Yes. I just am like, all right, Maple or Kaskin Voltarex, who's next to Shock and Awe?
I can do this. I could go. Yeah. Let's call Kelleria.
Sure.
Helmet.
Historia 7 once again makes some adjustments, and one of the remaining holograms comes into focus. You see an intimidating Vesk Hell Knight who is sort of glaring at all of you.
Hey.
Have you come to beg for your lives? We will burn you and your pathetic fleet, and then we will aid the Jinsul in their desire to mandate the return of the apostates who fled the deity Cadrakal.
Don't worry, guys. I got this. It's fine. You can talk amongst yourselves. Hey, just a quick question. I submitted an application a few months back. I didn't hear anything about it. I was just curious. Maybe it got lost in transmission or but I'm really good at what I do, and you're gonna need some people on, you know what I mean? I'm a really good asset to you, so I don't know, just curious what the status of that application. Voltarix, it's with an X at the end.
What is your SFID number?
11FS63.
Okay, hold on a second.
What?
It looks like you failed to fill out section C, paragraph 3, where
No,
it requested your family history. And
I
we
don't
had to
have a
reject
family.
The application.
Oh,
You were unable
well, I'll just tell
to
you.
complete.
Well, I didn't fill it out because I don't have a family history. So I'm just trying to keep it under wraps, but I definitely everything else was like totally fine. Do you want me to resubmit that, or like me telling you
The
now? Does that
instructions
work
were
for you?
very clear for those who have no surviving family. They are to submit Form 7721A.
Oh my
Your
God.
failure to follow simple directions indicates you are not fit for the Hell Knights, and I reject your application out of hand. So you may
Pretty
resubmit
much,
in
you know.
6 months.
Okay, fine. Then, I thought I filled it out pretty, whatever. We were under attack at the time. It was a stressful time. Anyway, so I don't think that you should join up with the Jinsul. I'm just saying, and I'm just saying from like our perspective, like it's not gonna work out for you. And I filled out that application to the best of my abilities, and like I'm here because like basically you hire me and I'll help you, or like I'm just gonna have to kill you along with them. So, basically I'm kind of doing you a favor here.
I will. Your tone is very confusing, and your words give me 2 options. You could attempt a very odd intimidation check or diplomacy. I'll leave it to you to decide which.
I'm gonna
you'd like
go
to
with an
use.
odd intimidation check.
Yeah.
Ooh. That's going to be definitely
Gunnan
not
is
as
very
good.
much like Gunnan
Sorry,
is
go
like,
ahead.
are they flirting? I'm not sure about this
This-
tactic here.
I'll keep
25.
recording, Captain.
Please do.
26.
Since
Sorry,
I'm
26.
not needed.
Kelria says,
I always need you.
Thank you.
I have no reason to believe that we cannot crush you easily. We will see you on the battlefield. And you can see, Kazka, you see that
Put her
Kelria
back.
is like reaching forward like she's going to cut off communications. You feel like you have one opportunity here to catch her attention before she leaves, if you want
Who-
to make an
Wait,
attempt.
whose attention?
You.
Oh,
You're
to
there.
make an attempt
You're
towards
there.
them?
Yeah. If you want to try to get them to back down, it doesn't seem like Volterix was successful. You want to make an
Well,
attempt?
if I may, she wants to prove herself to you and your warriors, and I have proven myself before. It's best to do it in person by watching her do it in action. And in the meantime, that's happening. You can fight with us against the Jinsul to see her battle tactics and see how powerful she could be, like me. And then perhaps you can accept her application after this huge war.
This is a very intense attempt to get us to consider this application. Honestly, it's coming off as a little desperate, and I'm not sure that I'm into it. But roll a diplomacy check.
We're doing great, kids.
no.
Oh, we're doing great. This is great.
14.
14. And this,
Is there-
the vest
I know
looks at you.
I know we're a ways into this, but is there any mechanic for spending resolve for successes or modifications?
I mean, if you want to spend a resolve point and get in there at the last second before this, because you can see negotiations falling apart in front of you. Kelria is completely taken aback by all of this and doesn't know what to make of it, and is certainly not convinced not to join this battle. What do you want to do, Captain Gunnan?
I would like to say one thing.
Mhm.
I just I say, excuse me, brave warrior. My officers here have held back something that I was concerned with sharing, but I see a warrior of your caliber may be capable of processing correctly. The truth is, the Starfinders may have no chance against the Jinsul. I fear we will be wiped out in mere moments, and your strength will be wasted. The Jinsul are a foe the likes of which this sector has never seen, and only the Hell Knights are capable of rising up against and defeating, and the truth of your ways and your wisdom will spread across the galaxy. Otherwise, everyone will believe that the Jinsul defeated us single-handedly, and you all will be forgotten.
Make a bluff check.
Dave, you're so good at this.
I've BS'd my fair share of bullies in my life. 31.
31.
Actually, yeah.
Kelria is like, she's about to hang up twice now, but then you catch her attention. She says, "You know what? This is all just too weird. Maybe we'll sit one out and see what happens in the next battle."
Like a neutral response.
I have a lot of forms to fill out, so I am gonna be going now. I'm hanging up.
Acceptable. And then right before they hang up, I'd look at Voltarix and I'd say, "You can't jump ship to the Hell Knights because you're afraid to die." Right before she hangs up.
I had imagined like some diplomatic tactics. I had imagined like maybe even some intimidation, like trying to get them to back down, bully them out of the fight. I did not expect the "we will be easily destroyed and not worth your time" tactic, which, I mean, hey, I'm here for it, and it works. It's good.
Yeah.
Hey, we got them off the battlefield. It goes as a
Yeah.
win
We
in
got
my
him off
book.
the battlefield. That is a win. It's a win in my book, too. That's 3 of 3 successes, which leaves us with the final call to make. For me.
Iteration 177. Sup, bud?
Ooh.
The hologram comes into focus as Historia
So
7
handsome.
calls up Iteration 177. He looks right at you. He seems almost surprised to see you sitting there, Maple. Oh, it's so. How are you, Maple?
Oh, I'm doing great. You probably know we're like really famous now, and I know like things like didn't like this is not like a let's try again call. This is like a we need a favor call. It's like totally business. But have you heard about the whole like Jinsul thing? Like we're gonna like we have to like go destroy them, or they're gonna take over our planet or whatever.
Oh yes,
Alex,
I've been
yeah.
following your exploits quite closely. I have a lot of newspaper clippings and such.
Yeah, it's like super interesting, right? So like, I don't know if you want to like help us in any way because you're like pretty well connected and like can maybe provide us with like information or like assistance in fighting the Jinsul in some way. Because I feel like you are interested in helping and like not helping. You're interested in like being a part of like weird stuff, and this is like pretty weird, you know, and like probably history making.
Well, I do work for a large organization that is usually not interested in committing resources to a cause such as this. But, okay, I'll help you, Maple.
Okay, dope, great. I'm not gonna roll anything for it. Cool.
No, I will help you.
Oh, is there a but coming here? Because I feel like there's like a
Absolutely
pause.
not. My aid is unconditional.
Oh, dope.
I hope to see you again soon.
Okay, well, like, if I don't
there
die
it
on
is.
this
There it
suicide
is.
mission, then definitely 100%. We can like go hang out or whatever. But you gotta remember, you gotta like chill on the whole like analyzing people as like objects. I don't like not.
Indeed,
cool.
I've been working on that lately. I haven't analyzed anyone in 13.67 days.
Okay, see, it's weird that you counted the
I did
days
have
and then like
one.
the decimal. Yeah, okay.
So don't count the days as well. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Maple.
Yeah, I
It's
think
good.
like when
This
you're
is
counting it,
why
like you
talking
know
helps.
that. Yeah, okay. I feel like you're aware of like what you really want in life, and that's just like if you don't want to change, that's totally on you. But like, I'm not looking for like a fixer upper, so just sort of see you. Just be happy with what you're doing.
Of course, Maple. I would. It's not a date. I understand. I just find that you help me become better amongst others. I'm
Yeah,
looking
think
forward
about it
to more
like
advice on how to
upgrade.
not be weird.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty good at doing that. Like, I should probably like start my own like school or like talk show at the very least. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's work on that one. Okay, great. Well, great talking. We are expecting to see support in, would you say like terms of like funds or like backing in some way? Okay, yeah, wonderful.
I
Great.
will.
Okay, well,
Yes, provide supplies.
okay, great. And don't forget, if I die in a fire crash, you just only say nice things about me, and like we never fought or anything, right? Okay, got it.
We never did.
Awesome.
Got it.
Okay, bye. I'm hanging up now. Bye.
Bye, Maple. We'll see you soon.
Hey,
He hangs
then
up.
they make a cute couple.
Ooh,
I make a cute couple with everybody, so you like it's not really like a big deal.
that is true.
Yeah, you do go on a lot of dates. A lot of people to match up with.
You look
Yeah,
great
like-
every time.
Thank
Mhm.
you. Yeah, like in my civilization, you sort of like. I mean, I know you guys like never ask, but like, we kind of are like expected to like mate like a ton and like make a bunch of like larvae, and it's like a whole thing. But it's the reason why I ran away from my home planet because I did have like all this obligation to like help my colony and like my kingdom sort of like grow bigger, and I was just like, oh, I'm gonna go. So anyway, that's my backstory. We keep talking about something else.
That was a lot.
Excellent job.
At that point, Historia 7 actually looks away from the console for a second and nods at the group. He says, indeed, it was an acceptable job. You managed to secure the resources and help of all 4 of our potential allies, and I have to acknowledge you did quite well. Thank you for your assistance. Enjoy the next 10 days in the Drift as we approach what is to be probably a battle many of us will not return from. I hope we don't die.
Historia, with respect, before we depart, were you able to recover anything of Historia 6?
6 made their choice, and unfortunately, no. But I cannot be sad because I know that Historia 6 made a decision for the greater good of others, even though it was detrimental to themselves. I feel like there is something I can learn from that and appreciate the people around me more because of it.
Their sacrifice was not without glory or purpose. If nothing else, they saved us, which our later exploits made this mission possible. So in many ways, by their sacrifice, they may have saved all the sentients under our protection.
Acknowledged, Captain.
Acknowledged. Can I turn to go?
All right. So with the successes under your belt, you prepare for a 10-ish day journey through the Drift. On the way, supply a caravan of extra supplies, including ammunition, batteries, and a number of healing serums arrives courtesy of the Aspas Consortium, and everyone can add a Mark III serum of healing to their inventory.
Ooh, that's a good
Each
one.
of you. Indeed, a good one. The Aspas
For
only the best
now.
from
Yeah.
iteration 177.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yep.
He was useful.
Is there anything else over that 10 days that you would like to talk about or do? Go for it, Maple.
This is on the new ship, right? The new version of this is Scoured
So
Rising.
you have access to the Scoured Rising. It is currently docked with a larger carrier called the Pride of Hadara. But yes, you have your own ship. Yes.
Okay. Before we have like left, we would have set up I think like a full kitchen, with like all the bread, like all the yeast or whatever, like of the world. And I think that whole 10 days is spent sort of like refining like what is the Scourdough's bread version, like what is our special
Signature.
bread or whatever, because we had heard about special bread and we're trying to figure out what that is.
A special
spas.
bread.
This time,
Spas,
we
too.
should try the cricket flour. I think that insect-based may be the way to go.
Isn't that like cannibalism towards you and Maple?
They're
But we're not
delicious.
crickets, Saska. They're like different. It's like
I know, but you guys have the same like ectoskeleton.
well, you have the same like body as like a, I don't know, like a kind of like a human, I guess. Like, is it? Well, I guess you don't eat humans.
Delicious.
Never mind. I'm not going anywhere with this. I forgot you. Like you weren't a cat. I don't know. I'm thinking.
What has Costco been eating?
I don't know. I just think a cat was like,
Fruit, lots of
We
fruit.
found out some dark
Yeah,
secrets
yeah,
about
that's right.
Costco's habit.
Casca likes
Just trying
fruit.
all different. Yeah, I was just trying all different types of fruit.
So cricket
You
flour
guys
it
can.
is.
Oh, a
Flour.
banana bread.
Oh, I would love to try that one.
I've heard that humans say that banana bread's not really like a bread, it's more like a muffin, which apparently is a whole other baked good that I've never heard about. But yeah,
Ooh.
it's like different than
What's
bread.
a muffin?
Sounds
I think it
treacherous.
looks like small bread.
Small bread.
Like
Why don't
tiny
they just say
cakes, I
small
thought.
bread?
They just.
Ah.
Was it like
Yeah.
small
Cakes.
cakes?
But we tried
yeah.
the bread, and the
Muffins.
bread wasn't any good. Why would we want smaller
No.
versions of it?
Detestable.
Better.
Yes. Also, we might be losing the thread here on the eve of a calamitous battle, discussing the odd food tactics of the humans.
Is this
Captain.
like team
Sorry.
building or whatever you're always trying to make us do?
No,
Oh,
it is.
sorry.
I would just ask somewhere over the next 10 days, perhaps after we have discussed bread at even greater length, you all familiarize yourself with the ship and its systems. I feel going up against the flagship, we will be sorely tested.
Yes,
Aye,
Captain. Yes.
And with my time, I would actually view whatever footage we've got of the Jinsul battles. I know he's done this once before, but theoretically they have more footage of these things from places now, and like watch how their fleet fights. See if there's any like tactics or patterns that can be determined. Yep.
Not only that,
Right.
but you now have access to the archives on Atheum, and they have a lot of information about Jinsul ships and their technical capabilities. And after reviewing all of that, because of your previous success, you gain some information about their engines and their shield matrices that you find a weakness that your gunners will be able to exploit. And you will get a +1 bonus to any attacks made against Jinsul ships in the coming battle, thanks to Haven.
Ooh.
Excellent
Yes.
negotiation.
Thank you, Haven. Yes. Other than
and then
that,
Haven
go ahead.
will be using their time since the Scoured Rising is a new ship. They're going to run like flight simulations over on board, even though they're docked and not going anywhere. They're getting used to the controls and like breaking it in.
Yeah, absolutely. So you start going over all of that data, and you get a sort of mission report update on the Scoured Rising's orders. And it looks like as soon as you exit the drift, your ship specifically is to basically beeline directly for the Jinsul command ship and attempt to board it. The rest of the fleet will be providing cover fire for you to get into position to do this. And you know that reading sort of the specifications from the information that you've gotten from Albrian and the capabilities of the fleet, it has been determined that attacking the command ship head on would be too costly. So a small team of essentially assassins being sent in to take command of the bridge and destroy the Jinsul command has been voted in as the top sort of priority for the fleet. So you know that you have a very dangerous, very important mission ahead of you as you approach the coming battle.
Remind me, Jim Jam, for the space travel, there wouldn't be any sort of like beaming or transporting. It would all be like shuttles or launching directly like out of an airlock to another ship type of thing, right?
Correct. As you're looking at some of the specifications for the various Jinsul ships, you know that the command ship is one that if you were going to board it, you're sort of getting all these flight plans, and you point out, at least on their standard models, there are these very large hangar bays. They actually, much like the carrier on, house many of the smaller interceptor crafts. So your best bet as you're plotting out various tactics and trying to figure out how the Scoured Rising can best accomplish this mission would be to aim for one of these hangars and just fly in. Now, they may have countermeasures and defenses, but that is what cover fire from the rest of the fleet and your very slick piloting should be able to bypass.
So for the scale of it, the Scoured Rising would be able to fit inside this command ship's hangar.
Easily, yes. Yes, the
Okay.
command ship carries several ships of the Scoured Rising size and classification, so that would be no
Got it.
problem at all. The real trick will be navigating the Jinsul command ship. And unfortunately, through all of the records that you've uncovered, you don't get a handle on any internal workings. Once you're in there, you're going to have to find your way to the bridge on your own.
Acknowledge.
Would it be a safe assumption that somewhere along the way I was able to make some purchases?
Sure, yeah.
And-
Especially over the last, like, we even retconned some purchases, like over the approaching to this big battle. Yeah, you would have been able to buy anything that you could buy.
I'm gonna just buy me some grenades. That's all.
You should.
Finally,
Oh, yeah.
gonna buy me some
Don't wanna-
grenades.
You're definitely gonna have some grenades. That makes sense. Yes.
Perfect.
Is there anything else that anybody would like to be doing at this time, or are you just waiting it out until the end? Voltaire says yes.
I make friendship bracelets for all of us, but they're like actually anklets because they're cooler now. We were talking about the toe rings earlier, so then I've
magic
upgraded
toe
to
ring.
best friend anklet. So I've braided everyone a very fashionable space anklet for friendship.
Nice.
Space anklet.
Now
Yes. I like
that counts as team building.
Yeah.
There's a little charm on it. It's a little
Team
piece of
building.
bread.
Yay.
Nice.
Jim, is
So-
it only us
go ahead.
on the ship? Is it only us
Oh
on the
no,
ship?
there's a crew complement of some 40 people on this mega carrier. Like, it's a massive capital ship that you're in the belly of. So pretty much anybody.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, you tell me who you are. If there's anybody specific you're trying to find, or anything specific that you want to deal with. Right.
I would at some point announce that if anyone would like to basically take a class with Kazka on battle movements and just trying to do some fighting somewhere in an open area to help with battle tactics, since she's been a gladiator for so long, she would offer it to them to make everyone stronger.
I mean, yeah. Not only do you have your natural skill, but you have encountered the Jinsul directly on several occasions, and there are a number of nervous-looking Starfinder field agents who are eager to take up lessons with the famous
Yeah.
Kazka from the Scoured Rising's crew, one of the most famous field agent teams in the society currently. So you have a class of probably 24 Starfinders who are training, learning from you, taking notes on Jinsul tactics and how best to engage them in both hand-to-hand combat and squad tactics and all this stuff. They're very eager to hear from you on this. That's interesting. I'll mark that down. Maybe find a way to
And
incorporate
after
that.
everyone
That's
has
pretty
taken their class, Kazka will make sure to sign an autograph picture of herself and hand one out to each and every one of them, as Maple would have directed her to do so.
cool. Mhm,
God, you
mhm,
will.
mhm.
And Padawan.
Yeah, I just want to teach everyone tactics and training.
Absolutely, yeah. No, everybody is eager to hear from the great and powerful Kazka on how best to face the Jinsul on the field of battle in the coming days. Volterix, I know you shook your head earlier. I just want to give you one last chance. If you're good, you're good. But if there is anything you want to do, I want you to have the opportunity.
I mean, she would have looked at the guns and stuff on the ship, but
Sure.
that's probably where she went and has resided ever since.
All right. So Volterix, as usual, makes herself kind of scarce, while the rest of you make your preparations for the big day. And time marches inevitably, and that big day arrives. 10 days seems like a long time, but it eventually passes, and you exit the drift. You go from the peaceful sort of tunnel of bluish, purplish, green light and weird extraplanar objects that have been sucked into this demiplane and you come into a raging space battle between the forces of the Crayholm Freehold and the Jinsul fleet that is still underway from your last time you were here when you made that rescue mission. Your job, however, is to end it, and it is going to be a dangerous gambit. You already have gotten, having accessed the systems of Forehaven, you've already seen your orders, but Historia 7 sends you a transmission as you are prepping the Scoured Rising for launch, reaffirming that your target is the massive Jinsul flagship that you can all visually see on the scanners. Like, you're looking at everything, you can see right where it is, in the middle of this horde of triangular urchin Jinsul ships. You launch the Scoured and begin making your way, screaming across space towards this massive mega carrier. As you are approaching it, you see two smaller intercept craft, and you get a message from Historia 7. She says, Scoured Rising, we are going to be unable to deal with those. I am afraid you're on your own. Take them out and get to that command craft. We are in for a starship combat as these two Jinsul interceptors make their way screaming towards the Scoured Rising.
Ooh.
And it is time.
Battle
Roll
stations.
initiative. Battle
Battle
stations, everyone. It is
stations.
time to roll initiative. Now,
Yes.
things work a little bit differently, a lot differently in Starship Combat. The only person I know who actually is going to be rolling any initiative will be Haven.
Oh boy, okay.
Oh, I
As
roll
the
so well.
pilot.
Oh no.
As the pilot, your piloting checks at the beginning of the helm phase will determine the order in which ships move, and then in later phases, in which order ships fire their weapons. Now, as opposed to normal combat, it's actually advantageous for you to move yourselves on the hex grid last. So the higher initiative actually moves last, because you get to see how all of the other ships position themselves and then give yourself the most advantageous position. Unlike other combats, facing is suddenly a thing. Facing has never mattered in Pathfinder or Starfinder until you get to Starship Combat. Now, all of a sudden, it's about where is your ship facing, what weapons in that facing quadrant are able to target enemy ships, and what quadrant of shields will you be damaging when you fire those weapons. It's all crazy. I don't want to go into a super crazy explanation for it, but we will start with the first engineering phase. So before we get to those piloting checks, in the engineering phase, the engineer has a number of actions they can take. I don't believe anybody currently is actually in the engineer station. However, keep in mind you can move yourselves around the ship whenever you want to. However,
I mean, can I make my captain calls from engineering? Or is it one or the other?
So the captain is so there are some starship positions that go in different phases. In the engineering phase, it's the engineer. But the captain is special in that the captain can go at any time, because what your actions do is support the actions of the other people. So if you look at your little cheat sheet that I made you, you'll see there are a number of captain actions that usually involve encouraging or giving your teammates a bonus. Now, the only thing is that you can't do two things in one turn. So you can be the engineer if you want to, or you can be the captain, but you can't be both. So I can go in engineering. Phase, yeah.
All right.
I
thought you were magical officering.
It's during the engineering phase, though.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like, that won't be skipped.
So the magic officer could go, and if you wanted to, as the captain, you could use your action now to encourage her or make a demand from her, or if you wanted to. But that would be what you do for the round. So basically, as the captain, you choose when you go to help your teammates.
I'm going to go right now. Okay. And I'm going to I'm reading all my things here.
Sure.
Actually, I take that back. I'm gonna go in the piloting phase, because I'm gonna use one of my abilities to help Haven when it's time for them
Okay.
to actually pilot. So,
That sounds good.
although did
There
we
are
actually
many
get
who will
initiative
say-
yet?
Not yet. It's
no, so
engineer first.
you'll
so
roll
sorry.
that check in the helm phase. We'll roll it, and then you'll determine. And the other thing that's different is that we'll actually be rolling those piloting checks every round. So even if you get a good initiative now, you might in the next round move differently. So you'll make those each round as opposed to having one static initiative.
Also, sorry I interrupted
Anyway.
you. You were saying some may say something, and I interrupted you.
Oh, I was just going to say, some may say that the piloting check is the most important check of the phase. So it is always good to help the pilot when you can.
Yep.
Either
then
way,
I will.
you don't have
I'm
an
gonna act
engineer.
then. So yeah. Okay. Mhm.
Yep. And the captain's not going to go. Now, the magic officer, I thought was a helm phase thing. Doesn't matter too much. The main thing
Oh,
is,
it's
why don't we
just what
actually
it
move
says.
on to the helm phase, and you can act now if you want. But the first thing that we'll do now is have Haven make their piloting check to determine the orders in which the ships will move. And I'll go ahead and make a piloting check for each of the intercept craft. Oof, bad
So
news.
using
Are we?
Haven
Does that mean
pilot-
we're in the piloting phase?
We're in the helm phase, so Haven's going to roll a
This
check.
is initiative.
Okay.
And
sorry.
then everybody
Got
else.
it.
And if
Sorry.
you want to, Captain, at that point, you can now say, hey, this is when I'm going to go to give him that boost.
Well, yeah, because the thing I'm gonna do is I'm supposed to, at the beginning of the phase in which the crew member would normally act, which it has written computers, engineering, or piloting, but before Haven's gonna do stuff.
Yeah, no,
I'm
you can roll
going
that
to-
now, yes.
Perfect. I'm gonna issue orders to Haven, which I have to spend one resolve point and succeed at a difficult skill check, which I'm pretty sure I did because I was 25. I'm over 30. Haven
Absolutely.
can take two actions this time, but they can't do the same thing twice.
Oh.
Yep.
Ooh, very
I'm
interesting.
like, Haven, do what you got to do.
Mm.
That's my orders
so you
ability
can-
is what I'm activating.
Okay. Let me think. That may not actually be the best one to use for Haven because they're going to make a maneuver, and I don't think they can actually make two maneuvers. And I don't know if there are any non-maneuver checks that he could or that they could make that would be better. It might actually be better. Orders specifically might be better for like Maple, who could then use two of her actions, or you could just encourage or make a demand from Haven that would just give him a flat boost. But I don't know that orders would actually help him very much.
Oh, well then, I'm going to encourage Haven. You've been training for
That
this. I believe in you.
That works, and we can roll that success over to that, which is going to give you, Haven, a +2 bonus to your piloting check.
Nice.
Got it. So for this initiative check, I'm still using my piloting ability, right?
Yep, it's a piloting check. That's how they determine initiative for this one. The best pilots get to maneuver when they maneuver.
A 34.
Whoa.
34.
Hmm.
Well, Haven, that is the best initiative, which means that you'll be moving last in this round. At this point, the other ships are going to have to move themselves first. One of them is going to attempt a maneuver called a flyby, because they want to see if they can basically move through you and make an attack of opportunity to try to catch you a little off guard. So what I have to do is attempt a piloting check for that specific pilot, and if they succeed, they get to move. If not, they will actually provoke an attack from you all. That is, the DC is 25, so that is a success for the pilot. So what the pilot of one of these interceptors does, they power up their weapons, they boost their engines, and they make a move. They are going to fly, change direction, and put themselves behind the Scourdo without changing positions. But as they're flying by, they're going to take a snapshot that I will resolve in the gunnery phase. The advantage of the flyby attack is that they can choose, even though they don't end facing you, they can make an attack with weapons from any quadrant to any quadrant of your ship for the advantage of the flyby attack. The other ship is going to do something a little less daring and just straight up fly. They're not even going to try anything fancy. They're going to maneuver their ship and try to turn to their facing, trying to get behind you. You see, they're trying to maneuver behind you, hoping to force you into a terrible position. Now that they both have moved, you, Haven, can make your own maneuver if you would like.
Yes.
Now, obviously, the pilot has a difficult job because there are a boatload of maneuvers.
Yes.
They all do different
So-
things.
For-
What do you want to do on yours?
For this one specifically, Haven is going to attempt the stunt Flip and Burn.
Whoa.
Move up to half.
An excellent choice.
Move up to half your speed without turning. At the end of your movement, flip your facing so that your forward arc and rear arc are switched. And then on a failure, I move half speed but do not reverse.
Excellent.
So we're
If
looking
you
at
manage to succeed, you'll be facing both enemies. If you fail, though, your rear will be to them. You'll be vulnerable. Go ahead and make your piloting check to see if you can succeed on that maneuver.
34. Same thing.
34 is a success.
Nice. Whee!
So you would be able to
And that would-
move. Yep. Basically 4 hexes straight ahead,
And then whoop.
and you flip your ship around. You come to a sudden stop and flip your ship, just skidding, so that you are now facing the enemy. Weapons loaded for bear. An excellent maneuver from Aiden. At that point, the magic officer, if you would like to go, this is the phase to do it. Otherwise, we move on to the gunners.
I just googled it. Magic officer goes during engineering phase, and science officer goes during
Okay.
helm phase. I checked it.
Okie dokie.
I know it's written.
Nice.
It's written in both of them. It's different.
Okay,
so.
that's fine. I buy it. Go ahead and you can go ahead and do something now if you want, since I messed that up.
Okay. Well, I go do a thing. Let me open this thing again. Okay. I'm going to do Mystic Haze. I spend 1 resolve point and attempt a mysticism check. If I succeed, I call forth a magical breath of static to block my enemy's view. And then things happen. So let's see. That is a 16 plus 15, so that's 20.
30.
31?
31.
31.
31.
Nice.
You've done it.
Is that considered a critical effect or no? Because it's so high. Is it only critical?
No,
if it's
you need to
20?
get natural 20 for that critical
Okay.
effect.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like double the thing. Okay. The obscuring field garbles your opponent's sensors and hinders their ability to gain information about your ship's defenses and positioning, providing your starship a +1 enhancement bonus to AC until the end of the next round. So I basically call forth like
Excellent.
space junk, and it is just like
It's
a bunch
jam.
of empty. What is it?
Jam, because you're
Spa-
jamming.
oh,
your
is it Space
sensors.
Jam? Okay, it's
Yeah.
a bunch of Space Jam
Come on,
from this
do the
planet called
Space
Earth.
Jam.
And there's just a bunch of jam everywhere, covering, reflecting around the ship, and they can't really tell where it is because there's so much shiny jam.
Everybody get up.
Yeah.
I like it. You basically enhance your ship's defenses with the Space Jam just in time for us to move on to the gunnery phase.
Shelly
At
At this
toast.
point,
Yeah.
during the gunnery phase, you are able to fire. Each gunner is able to fire 1 weapon in an arc that is facing the enemy. Right now, because of Haven's excellent flip and burn, you've got your forward arc facing these unfortunate peoples. And in your forward arc, you have your heaviest weapon, a mazer. You've also got a light particle cannon. However, in your turret, which can fire in any direction, you have some linked coil guns, which deal pack a little bit more punch. So Kazka and Volterix, each of you can fire 1 weapon. What are you gonna do?
Where can I see those weapons?
If you look at the initiative tracker, on the right side of where all the info is, there's a Scoured stats block, and in the weapons section, I have detailed
got it.
the damage and range for all of the weapons.
Mmm.
Mazer.
Mhm.
Huh?
That thing does a lot of damage. The mazer.
The mazer.
It's your
Okay,
heaviest
so
weapon. The beast.
so the other sheet here that says fire 2 weapons at the target. Is that
would
not
be,
for
yes, indeed. So if you want to, you can make basically it's like a full attack action where you just take a penalty to each of your shots. But you can do that if you're confident, and then you can fire 2 weapons. Now you can fire 2 weapons, but keep in mind that no weapon can be fired twice. So you would
Got
pick
it.
2 weapons to fire, and then Kazka would be left with whatever other weapon is available.
Okay, I would like to shoot the mazer. And just the mazer.
Sure, who wouldn't? Just the mazer.
Okay.
So you're just gonna make a ranged attack roll. You can.
I don't have to
if
do
you want.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. Do the what?
They roll a D100 to apply critical damage.
That's the
Am I
critical
looking at
effect.
that? Oh, that's the critical effect. Duh.
Yeah, if you get a critical hit, then we'll deal with criticals later.
Oh, look, critical hit. No,
But
just
right now
kidding.
you're just making an attack.
All right, ranged attack. Here it comes.
If
27.
27 is, and this is a direct fire weapon, which is going to hit your target's AC. Now I didn't specify before, but which of the 2 targets? One of them is facing you. One of them is facing away from you. Which of your 2 targets are you blasting?
Would Haven have said which to strike?
Oh,
I think it's up to you. I don't think anybody. I mean, they can.
Aim for the butt.
Aim for the butt.
Aim for the butt.
All right, I aim for the butt. I don't have enough dice for this. Hang on, I gotta find
Is that all?
60.
There's always
10.
enough dice to aim for the
Oh,
butt.
60-10. Yeah, you could online do
60,
it.
10 points of damage.
No,
All right, well, tell you
online
what,
rolls, no.
Yeah, no, you have to do
figure
real
out that
dice.
damage. Figure out your damage and tell
Okay.
me later, because it's weird where we actually resolve the damage at the end of it. So go ahead and roll your 60-10 and I'll move on to Kazka and see what she's
Okay.
gonna do.
Okay. I'll fight. I'll fire the. I'm trying to have more of a punch here. 18.
The linked coil
Uh,
guns probably would do more damage. However, since
Yeah?
there are 2 weapons that you could potentially
Mhm.
fire, you could, if you wanted to, fire them both in a full attack. The fire at will action, you would take that -4 penalty, but you could fire both of the weapons available to you.
Okay. Okay. Let's do fire at will.
Okay.
The first weapon is. Oh wait, I have to roll range attack. -4. Yeah.
You're firing them both. Yep.
The first one is going to be 16 plus 10 is 20. 26 -4.
22.
22,
22.
which is a hit. Light particle
Hey.
cannon just slams into your target. Which one are you targeting? We need to specify that before. I need to get better at that.
Sorry. Let's do
It's not your
the
fault,
one
mine.
that's directly behind the ship.
None of them are behind the ship.
Oh, I
Sorry,
thought you
there's,
said they were
there's
behind the
basically
ship.
there. No, you're
Okay.
behind.
Haven, they
one of
were,
them.
but Haven flipped it over.
Yeah,
Got it. I'm gonna do this one first. This one on the right.
that one. All right, so you are firing at the other ship, and the particle beam slams into the forward arc. Go ahead and roll the attack for your linked coil guns as well.
Okay. That is 19 -4. Probably not gonna do it with that.
15.
Yeah, the linked coil
15.
guns. The turret turns and coil gun fire goes flying off in a random direction of space, probably hitting somebody in like 10 billion years. It's ruining their day. Not this person's day. Not your target's day. That's the important thing. Now your enemy.
Did you
ships are
did
gonna
you
take-
account for your +1 bonus from our research?
Oh,
I don't know
right.
if one made a
Oh,
difference,
16.
but you do get an extra 1.
Don't forget that. It won't account for a hit
Thank
this
you.
round, but definitely don't forget that +1
That's fine.
bonus in the future
Okay.
shots. Because that is.
I will write that
important
down
to
somewhere.
At this point, you are in the forward arc. for one of these enemy ships, and they are going to. They have 2 gunners as well. You see linked coil guns line up right with the Scoured Owl. You've got that +1 bonus to your AC because of the Mystic Hazer on your ship. They fire and score a direct hit in the forward quadrant of the ship's shields. The other ship is unfortunately facing away from you, but it had done a flyby attack maneuver.
Right.
So it is also going to fire. You see a Mazer charge up and try to blast, and they get to choose any quadrant to fire at. They're going to fire at your aft. As that basically in the past, as they were flying by, they blasted you in the back with the Mazer, and that is going to be a solid hit with a 32 against your rear quadrant. Now we go through and we resolve all that damage. So we'll resolve Volterix's first. Did you figure out the 6d10?
Yes.
Volterix?
48.
Wow.
48 points
Yes.
of damage. Now, much like you guys have stamina and hit points, ships have shields and then hull points being their hit points. Their aft had 15 shield points, which you blast through. No problem. The rest of it gets absorbed into the hull, directly chewing into the rear of their ship. So 15 minus 40, so 33 points of damage, which is going to pass the ship's critical threshold. When you take a certain number of hull point damages from a single attack, you incur a critical hit, and you might glitch one of their systems. So now you can roll that D100 percentile dice, Volterix, and tell me what you get.
D1 hundo.
35.
35. I have to pull up this whole. There's a chart. There's a critical hit chart. Let's see. Well, I'm pulling that up. We will actually go ahead and have Kazka start her damage to resolve. Now, you had hit with the light particle cannon. That deals 3d6 points of damage, Kazka. So can you roll that and tell me what you get?
I did. It's only 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
10 points of damage to that ship's forward arc. So you deal some stuff. Let's see. Critical effect with a 35. Weapons array. So you make their weapons array glitch out.
Yes! First target.
They are going to take a penalty to their shots as you glitch their weapons. Excellent. Excellent. And then
next aim for the shields and we're golden.
Next aim for the shields and we're golden. Now the ship, you don't quite get through the shields, Kazka, for your target, but hey, damage is damage. And that's all
right,
really
exactly.
matters.
That's all right.
I take 33 points a hull from that one. He's going to have to rebalance shields in the coming round. Now we resolve their damage. Y'all got hit with your own Mazer. So I need to roll 6d10 points of damage.
I rolled to disbelieve.
Yeah.
11, 20, 21. Plus 8 is 29 points. Not nearly as impressive as your shields just get blasted. Now you have much beefier shields than these intercept craft. Your rear quadrant has 50 shield points if you look at your chart there. So you take 29 points from your aft shields. Which is going to leave you with 21 shields
I don't like it.
left. 21 shield points in your aft quadrant, and then you got hit with the coil guns in the front arc. I roll that. We're looking at not very good.
That's what I'm hearing.
10 points of damage to your forward arc. Shields are still holding as the ship rocks from both attacks. That completes round 1 of Starship Combat. and we move into round 2. But as we do move into round 2 of Starship Combat, you get an incoming transmission. Even your hands are sort of flying over the controls as your consciousness practically merges with the Scourdo rising in this dogfight. A ping comes in from an outside craft. And without even thinking about it, you pull up this incoming message as you plot your next maneuver. You hear the familiar voice of Zigvijix. Hey then, it's Ziggy. Long time no see. This is quite a big day for you. When we next meet on Absalom Station, we should celebrate with a bowl of grub noodles. I know a great place near the new Exo Guardian offices that you guys cleared out not too long ago. Anyway, if you'd be so kind as to perform another one of those delicious flippin' burns, it will clear a path for my squadron to provide a little surprise assist. Although, I do trust whatever decision you make, of course. Ziggy out.
Acknowledge.
You're not quite sure what Ziggy has in mind, but if you choose to do another flippin' burn, there might be a little surprise assist from your friends in the Exo Guardians. However, I had actually did it a little bit wrong before. We are going to make those initiative piloting checks now, so go ahead and roll your first one, Haven, just to determine initiative order. Ooh, it's a good one for me. Good one
35.
for one ship. Terrible one for my other. And you still beat even my good initiative of 29. So
my piloting is
will
plus
be,
18.
Yeah. This is you were born to do this.
We're a highly specialized operation here.
Yeah.
That has come up. People are like, are they cheating? It's like, no, we've each got like plus 15, 16, 17 to stuff. You're like, no, we're just good at
like
things.
one thing. Yeah.
Except
One
for Casca.
thing.
Yeah.
Except for Casca.
I believe in you, Casca.
My highest is a plus 11.
Oh, well, you're just good at everything.
But you're really good with that flang blade.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
We're now in the engineering phase. Now, if somebody wanted to take over engineering, you could rebalance your shield, because if you look at your little chart, your aft is looking a little, shabby. Your forward took some hit. You can actually rebalance your shields to distribute everything evenly again, if you want to. If you're not concerned about it, don't worry about it. You have nothing else to really worry about at this point.
I have a different plan.
And then Maple, obviously, if you have an action that you would like to take, this is the time to do it.
I could do engineering, but I do have 0 bonuses to it, so I don't think I'll make the check DC. So maybe I shouldn't bother. I can do magic again then.
Yeah.
Hey, the magic officer station is a good spot for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna enhance the one of the weapons with a mysticism check. Give them more range.
The old
So let's see if this
Eldritch
works.
shot.
Eldritch shot. That's a nat 20, my friends.
Ooh.
Heyo.
Hey.
Plus 15.
So what's the critical effect?
It is on that attack roll. So the weapon can do 5 hexes more longer range than normal. But on the critical effect, it also, on that attack roll, the gunner can treat each damage die roll that results in a 1 this round as having rolled a 2 instead. So just
Whose
20
gun?
different die.
Whose gun are you gonna do that to?
I'm going to
You
target
just
the
pick
one
whichever,
with
No.
more. Let me open this thing. There it is. I think I'm gonna do Volterix's gun. She's using the Mazer because it has more dice. If she's using that same one.
More dice gives you more opportunities to take advantage of that critical effect. So excellent. The Mazer already has an incredible range, but that critical effect is what's really going to make it shine this round. Volterix, keep that in mind, that if you roll any 1s for damage on a hit, you'll get to treat them as 2s instead, thanks to a little
Each
magical
dice.
boost
Oh.
to your ship. Now, the enemy ship's engineers are going to attempt some checks to try to rebalance some shields, because one of them took a tremendous hit to the aft. Good lord, and fails to rebalance the shields. That's really bad for them. The other one succeeds, but they weren't nearly as damaged. So I'll redistribute shields to the one that was barely hit. The other one, their butt is flapping in the wind. This could be incredibly bad.
Go for the butt. Go for the butt.
Go for the butt.
Booty.
'Cause This guy is in trouble. Knowing that they're in such deep, deep, deep trouble, they're actually going to try their own flip and burn. a difficult maneuver, but it might be the only way to put their forward arc in your firing line. It's a bad day for this pilot. This is a failure on the flip and
no.
Let me
burn.
tell you, it's about to get
means-
worse.
They have to move forward, but they can't
Yeah.
turn.
Yep.
So they are fully exposed. This is terrible. The other pilot will also make an attempt, sees their comrade just flailing, and realizes that things are no good. What maneuver could I possibly do that'll be any good? They're actually going to try to flip and burn. I think that I can put you, I maybe try to pin you between the two ships. That might help me out a little bit. Success. This is having a much better day for this pilot. They're going to move straight forward 5 hexes and then flip around, hoping that you will be right in their line of fire when you're done with your maneuver. You know that a flip and burn has been requested, but that might take you away from that nice, juicy target you've got ahead. So you got to make a difficult choice. What are you going to do, Haven? Keep in mind, Captain, that you can act at any time to enhance the actions of your compatriots.
I'm going
Or
to
as
act in the
engineer,
gunnery
too.
phase.
A+.
Then yes, Haven is definitely going to do a flip and burn.
Flip
And
burn.
they're going
Sounds like
to
hamburgers.
You're right.
Mhm.
And it does. You flip. You're facing so that your forward arc and rear arc are switched. Okay, so we can't like go sideways. That would be like a barrel roll.
No, there's a slide maneuver that would allow you to move like sort of diagonally without changing your facing.
But I think that allies are our greatest advantage, and so Haven is just going to punch it forward 5 hexes from where we are, and then we'll
Alright.
flip and burn. So
You'll need
we'll
to
go
make
one.
that piloting check, which I have no doubt
Right.
you'll make first.
To be clear,
Okay,
once
then
we
go.
flip and burn, which weapons will still be able to target our enemies? Like, is one of them's on a turret? Like, will Voltarix or Casca still be able to shoot at them?
The
Yeah, 'cause
turret
we've
will
got
be able
front
to
and back.
choose either target. The forward arc will have to target the northernmost ship, because your
That's the
forward
big
arc would
gun, but it'll
presumably
still. That's the big gun, but it'll still be able to reach at least one of them, right?
Oh yeah, that won't be an issue
Excellent.
at all.
A
Excellent.
32 on the piloting.
Nice.
Easy. You can flip and burn all day.
Yeah, and then so 1, 2. Yeah. Go ahead. Down here.
I was just measuring it out. Yeah. There you go. And then we
And
turn
then
you
the
around.
flip.
All right. So that turret still could target the rear arc of the dangerously exposed enemy, but that mazer is only going to be able to hit the northernmost target. However, because of the flip and burn in the gunnery phase, as we start that gunnery phase, you see a pair of Exoguardian fighters go streaking across the battlefield in the path
Yay!
that you've made for them, and you see stuttering coil gun fire just rake across one of the targets. And I will have, what if we have Captain Gunnin? Roll a d20 for me, Captain.
Yes. Happy to.
Make it count.
17. I don't know what I'm adding to it, but 17 on the die.
I'm adding stuff to it, but with a 17 on the die, that's plenty enough. These two Exoguardian fires just blast the northernmost ship. And Captain Gunnin, if you would go ahead and roll me 4d4.
Ooh, nice.
Mhm.
All right. 4, 3, 3,
10,
2. Is it 12?
12.
12.
12
Yep.
points of damage. The interceptors go screaming across space, leaving the combat, but not before scoring some pretty deep hits into the shields of this fighter that you are now facing. That is going to take their forward shields still hold, but only barely. So a hit against them with that mazer is going to deal some they're almost as exposed as their companions in the behind. Now we move on to your gunnery. Go ahead. It's your turn. You guys can fire. In
The captain is going to do something first.
Yes.
I come over to Casca's pod, and I just say, Casca, you have never let me
Yes.
down. And I point at the injured ship, and I say, bring down that vessel. Do whatever you have to do. And I use demand, so she'll have +4. So
Wow.
if you multi-attack again, it'll be an even roll, or so it's up to you.
Yes, I'll probably do that. Thank you.
Now, Captain, that does require an intimidation check, though I have no doubt
Yes,
you'll succeed.
it's that's
DC 25.
sorry, Casca. Oh, actually, you know what? I can't do that ability because hold on, let me double check something here. Oh, never mind. I was like, why is my intimidate so low? Because I can use diplomacy instead. Yeah, 28.
Oh, yeah.
28.
Yep.
28 is a success. You are going to get that +4 bonus, Kazka,
Perfect.
as the captain demands that you take that ship down.
I don't like having to
That's
raise my
right.
voice, but I need to get the best out of you, Casca.
Yes,
Kazka,
of
why don't
course,
you go ahead and
Captain.
fire? In order to attack, you can attack the rear ship. You know their shields are down, their systems are already glitching. The turreted coil guns would be able to fire there, or you could take control of the mazer if you wanted to and fire forward. It is up to you which gun you choose. Or you can.
I'll let
fire twice.
Volterix. Yeah, I'm gonna fire twice, and I'll let Volterix stick with the mazer because she's the gunner of the group, not me.
Great.
Now,
linked coil guns
since I-
will fire behind, and then, or actually, you choose your target for the linked coil guns.
The one that's being exposed and sputtering and everything.
Sure. So the one behind you, you turn the turret around
Yes.
and blast with the linked coil guns. Go ahead and roll your attack roll.
Nice. 18 on the die, and then for me it's a -3, so technically I have a +1, right?
You don't get to use
plus-
plus strike with this one, but it would be a -4.
Wait.
But you have
Yeah,
the
well,
+4
so I-
from the captain's command, so it's even.
Yeah, theoretically, you have +5 because of our bonus,
Right.
and I gave you 4. So really, you have a +1. Yeah, I think that's what you just
I'm
said.
+1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. I think that's what I meant. Okay, so that's gonna be 29. 18 on the
29.
die,
That's a
plus
solid
10,
hit.
plus 1.
Solid hit.
You want damage for that one
4d4
first?
Or 8d4. 8d4 points of damage for that, which, no, you don't do the damage yet, but just keep in mind that you'll be rolling 8d4 points of damage to that ship behind you. Now fire the light particle cannon. That has to fire at the ship in front of you, but you can still fire it.
That one's probably not going to do it. That's 16. That's 17 on the die. 16. Sorry, it's 17 total points.
17
Minus
total. No, that
Mhm.
will not. So the
Plus
forward ship maneuvers just out of the way. That light particle beam not able to connect. Now we can move
No
on
worries.
to Kazka's turn, or sorry, Volterix's turn. And Volterix, you've got the mazer has not fired. I think that's pretty much the only thing you could fire at this point. So
It's what I would like to fire.
go for
Here we
it.
go.
Get that plus
Ooh.
1.
19 plus
If you're starting at 19, you've got it.
11.
So, yeah, that's
30.
gonna hit. If we're starting with a 19 on die, that is
Great.
a solid hit.
30. All right.
Now you
Here
are
comes.
in my forward arc.
Oh.
So yeah, go ahead and start figuring out your damage while I resolve my attacks against the Scoured Rising.
Ooh, that's a lot of 10s.
The mazer comes
And remember
in.
your 1s or
And then-
2s.
Yeah,
6. I didn't get any ones. I did get a 2 though.
Oh. that's good. That's good.
38.
Should have given it to me. I have all the ones.
All
right.
44.
Oh, I forgot a die. Wow.
Right. Said 44 points of damage.
Yep.
Jeez. Okay. That is going to all be hull. So except for like 4 points. So 40 points to the hull, which is actually going to pass 2 critical thresholds. So this ship, roll a d100 twice, Volterix.
Okay, first one, 61. Second one, 99.
Engine.
Wow.
Wow. It's all random,
Engines,
but
and that
that
is
seems impressive.
Yeah.
Okay. So their engines are glitching, which is going to reduce their piloting checks. And that is a hit. The 99 is a hit to their power core. They cannot.
Shut down.
Affects all
Yeah,
other
they
crew member
cannot fly.
actions. So there's a penalty. They've got they're having serious problems. Their power core is glitching, engines are
Just give
glitching.
up.
Their hull is almost completely destroyed at this point. They are having very serious issues. Kazka, you had some damage to resolve yourself.
Yes, mine is 19.
19 points of damage with the linked
Not
coil
bad.
guns, and that is all hull because they could not rebalance their shields. Which means you've passed another critical threshold for them, and go ahead and roll a d100, Kazka.
Ooh, I get to be badass like Volterix.
Yay!
Okay, here we go. 82.
82 is a power core.
Yeah!
Yay!
Yes! High five!
The rear
More
ship
lucky rolling
has
one
glitching
to 100.
engines and a glitching power core.
Yes.
They're having a real
Yes.
bad day. Going up
Turns
against
out we're
Scout
good at
now.
Starship combat.
Yeah, we're so good at this.
It's not over yet. Don't jinx it.
That's true.
That's true. Don't
Uh,
jinx.
They fall
Now,
from
the
the
ship
sky.
in front of you did manage to score a hit with their mazer, which is going to your forward arc, deal another 30 points of damage, which still
Shit.
doesn't chew through your darn shields. However,
Yeah.
they're taking down 10 shield points in your forward arc, so they just might score a hit against your hull if you're not careful.
Yes.
They might
I'll
get you
deal
a
with it
little
next
bit.
round. It's fine.
The terrible ship behind you that just is destined for a quick and merciless death had some turreted coil guns that attempted to fire on you and missed completely. That is all they could do, which takes us to the next round of Starship combat, and initiative pilot checks must be rolled.
Woo.
Okay, a little bit lower at 29.
29. I had a 3 on the die for one of them, which is like this
Oh,
pilot is just
wow.
the worst pilot in all of the Jinsul Navy. And a 29 is still higher than both of my initiatives. So Haven, you have once again 1 initiative, which means you'll go
Yay,
last.
wow.
As I start figuring out how I'm gonna maneuver ships.
It's engineering phase first.
Yes. Engineering
I would
is
like-
first.
I would like to
Right.
act in the engineering phase.
Sure.
Um,
What are you going to do?
It's divert shields is how I
Yes.
fix the shields. I'm asking, I'm not telling.
Okay.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, no, that's what I do to help the shields, right?
Yep.
Good news is I have gotten a natural 20 on my check,
Woohoo!
which I believe it restores 10% of the ship's hull points, shield points.
That's right. So that is 20 points restored
Nice.
that get
job.
distributed evenly across all of the quadrants. spilling
All
over
4
into
arms
sleep.
working hard.
Yeah.
Working hard.
hmm That is
Gonna
it
give
for
you a
me.
huge boost.
So I will do precognition for my mysticism
Ooh.
this time around, which will give the pilot a circumstance bonus if I succeed, which I probably will because I get a
Okay.
plus 15. So yeah, if that's 17 plus 15, that's a lot of points.
Woo.
So
Lot of math.
32.
Yes, that's it too. So Haven, they get a +2 bonus to piloting checks at the beginning of the home
Nice.
phase to determine piloting order. Oh, so that's for next time. Sorry.
Yeah. I'll take it.
For order, okay.
Nice.
That's all.
Very nice. All right.
Precog.
These guys are going to do some engineering things behind the scenes. And we will move on to maneuvers as these ships try to figure out how they're going to survive this battle that is going horribly. One guy, he's having such a bad day. He's not even going to try to do anything. He's just going to fly. Let's see. I have a speed of 10 and a turn rating of 2. So 1, 2, turn, 3, 4.
I assume you're
turn.
accounting for all the stuff that's gone wrong for them, right?
Oh yes, the reason that I'm doing a regular thing and literally nothing fancy is because you can just move your speed without making a check. So rather than rely on my horribly glitching systems, I'm just going to maneuver the ship into a slightly better position, turn it, and but do it very slowly and clumsily and not fancily at all. Actually, no, it can't turn. It has to go there. Sorry. So it's actually still in a crappy position, but I didn't have to make a horrible check. That will certainly fail. Our other pilot is going to attempt to slide. I'm going to try to slide to the side.
Slide to the left.
Change the best cha-cha,
Slide
real
to the
smooth.
right.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that is
Don't
success
crisscross.
for that. So he, instead of having to really maneuver anywhere, he's just going to slide several up. Slide and across without having to change direction. Might be just fleeing the battle altogether. And now, Haven, it is your turn to choose a maneuver.
Funnily enough, we're already on this ride. Haven's gonna do another flip and burn because we're gonna punch it and then turn around. So this is the piloting check. Yeah. The +2 is for next round for initiative. Oh.
Yep.
So that's pretty low. Only a 22. But it's still. Does it meet?
With a flip
No,
and
I
burn?
need a
It's
25.
DC 25. Haven,
Uh-oh.
how could you have failed?
Yeah.
You
on a
move
fail.
forward as normal, but instead of turning around to face your enemies, you'll simply be drifting.
Yeah, you move half your
Fast
speed, but do not reverse
space.
arcs.
I said
So
don't
we'll
get great kid, don't get cocky. That was what
Yeah,
we
yeah.
said.
As we move into
it-
the gunnery phase, your forward arc has no targets. Now, you do have the linked coil guns, and since they're turret weapons, they can fire in any direction. But unfortunately, you're going to give up an attack from that mazer.
Oh,
which I know is
at the end of Haven's turn, they're going to set out a communication. Last chance to surrender.
Oh, taunting a little.
Or if they want to be friends, because we're going to kill them.
I could. And maybe they'll just join you guys. They'll just join up
Yeah.
with the Starfinder Society.
That's
Like,
true.
do you have good benefits?
Right?
What's your
Good
dental like? All right, we are in the gunnery phase. Kazka or Volterix can take control of the coil gun turrets. It's up to you to decide. Both ships are in range. Both ships are pretty heavily damaged. What do you do?
I'll look at Valterix and go, finish him.
You got it. All right, so I guess I'm using the link coil guns.
Indeed.
Uh,
You have two
all right.
targets. The most badly damaged target is the one furthest to the south on the map, and the one that is closer to your ship is less damaged, but still glitching horribly. You can, like, both ships have taken power core hits and are just sparking and sputtering.
We'll go for the weakest link.
So the weakest link. Put him out of his misery. Roll your attack.
Ooh, all right. 28.
28 is a hit. That is going to be a solid hit. Linked coil guns deal 8d4 points of
8d4?
damage.
Mhm.
8d4. They
Come back to
also
me.
have current. Yeah, they have to resolve their attacks, and then we'll do the damage. They both also have the turreted coil guns and will begin firing, even though that is a miss and a hit. So you take 1 hit to your rear arc as we start to resolve damage on both coil gun attacks.
Ooh, sounds like fun.
Ooh.
Yeah.
12, 12, 13, 14,
20 points.
23, 24, 25. Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted. 25.
25 points of damage. 25 points of damage against that target, who is actually now out of hull points. You blast the ship, coil gun fire ripping through the hull, scoring a hit on the already damaged power core, and it explodes in a ball of plasma and metal shards, but not before putting its own coil gun fire directly into your aft shield, dealing 20 points of damage. It is an excellent thing that the captain rejuvenated your shields just a little bit, or you might have taken actual damage.
Not the new ship.
You might have scratched the paint just a little if the captain hadn't taken the engineering and gotten you those shields boosted.
Hull damage is for ugly people.
It is our following turn's engineering phase.
So, all things being equal, what shape are the shields in? Like, roughly what percentage?
Sure. It looks like you have your weakest shields are in the aft with 20 points left. Your forward shields are a little bit banged up with 30 points left. However, you've still got full shields in your port and starboard arcs. If you wanted to, you could rebalance, which would just redistribute the shields that you already have, or you could just try to boost them again and get yourself a minor boost to what you already have. It's up to you how you want to do that. If you want to do that at all.
Let me just read one thing real here. Okay, so for this, can I, because last time I was going to do one of these things and you were like, it's not a good idea. What about the overpower function? So I can engineering. Spend 1 resolve point to attempt an engineering check to squeeze more out of your ship's systems. If you're successful, this functions as the divert action, but you can send extra power to any 3 systems listed in that action. This action and the divert action can be taken in the same round. So does that mean I can boost my engines, weapons, and shields? All 3?
That's exactly what it means. That is
gonna go ahead and do that.
All right, DC 25 engineering check.
Pretty sure that's gonna be enough. Yep, 29.
29.
Did you see like Gunnan is like unhooking wires and plugging them into different places? Yeah, I'm gonna shields, weapons, and let me see. Shields, weapons, and engines. So the ship speed will the ship's speed will increase by 2. All weapons rolls of 1 will be 2s instead, and restore 5% of the shield's power.
Nice.
Alrighty. I'll start restoring shield points while y'all figure out.
You hear me? Hold together. Yep.
Yes.
Is there anything from you this turn, Maple?
The ship's butts are both pointing towards each other. Is that correct?
Currently, but they haven't moved this round yet. So theoretically, that won't be the case once maneuvers are taken.
Floppy. Okay, because I wanted to do the power the weapons thing again. If I want to pick the right one, it's facing the right direction.
I just did that basically.
Yeah, you did that.
Yeah.
Oh, did you do all of that
through engineering?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Never mind. Don't do that again. I didn't know. I thought it was just 1. Okay, in that case, I will do scrying. Because if I crit and something really cool happens, but if not,
Pull your mysticism check to scry.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Did not crit, but I did get a 24.
Is it a 20 or 25 DC?
It's a 20 DC for
20.
scrying. So
Nice.
So do I pick one of these things, or do I roll for this?
No, so you basically get the information in order. So you scry on the ship, and it gives you the basic information on the ship, and it gives you the first level first. The more times you scry, then it goes to the second part of the information, then the weapons, then so you get
Oh,
it's a
I see.
progression.
Okay.
So for the first time you scry, you get basic information about the ship. It has a crew complement of 6 Jinsul. It is a medium sized ship. It has a speed of 10 hexes, and its maneuverability is average. So you know that it has to move 2 hexes to turn, in between every turn.
Just for reference, we have 5 hexes of movement.
You have 10 hexes,
7
but
this
you've been
round.
moving
Oh, we
5
have 10.
because you've been moving half. Because you keep
That's
doing
right, that's
maneuvers that are half movement. So your normal
We're much
movement is
faster.
10. Yeah.
Okay. I tell you that information through telepathy.
Through the telepathy.
Yeah.
Initiative piloting checks from Haven and my 1 remaining ship.
And I get the bonus from Maple's last turn.
Yep.
Yay.
Yep, that's true. 30. Jeez.
Nice.
I want you to know, Haven, that on this initiative check, I rolled a natural 20. And I thought, this is great. I've got a 36. I've got this one time I will get to go first. But
Here's
no.
the thing. I would have gotten a 36, but I had the +2 bonus.
That's right.
Awful. I hate teamwork and things synergizing and working together. It's no good.
Energy,
It means I have
baby.
to choose a maneuver first. This ship seeing your position. I mean, the flip and burn has been doing well. It's like the best maneuver to do on this particular map. And seeing no other way to get that mazer in place, it's going to attempt to flip and burn. Which is a success on that piloting check, so he gets to move forward just a little bit. Flip around. And hope and score some kind of amazing critical hit that'll just blast you out of the sky. It is now your turn to choose a maneuver and maneuver your ship.
Yes, Haven chooses the stunt turn in place. They don't need to make a check, and they're just gonna turn to face their enemy.
Nice. Oh, why bother moving?
He
can
just turns
blast,
over
just
handle
turn
of it.
around and blast.
Yeah, crank.
Uh,
Captain, you've painted 11s on all of the dials. I guess we're overpowering.
that takes us to Gunner, and the mazer is aimed for the target, so you can certainly fire when ready.
All right. Oh, it like teetered between a 20. But that's going to be a 26.
26 is a hit. You can start figuring out damage and let me know when we move on after all of the weapons have fired. But then Kazka, are you going to just fire once? Fire the 2 remaining weapons? What do you want to do?
Oh no, fire the 2 remaining weapons. That's
Yeah, go all out. Go all out.
yes. So 21 minus 4.
21
21
minus 4
minus-
is 17. Did you add the plus 1? Or...
I did. That's in that.
Okay, great. So it'd be 17 is a miss. That light particle cannon just...
Wait, why do you
Okay.
have negative 4? Are you trying to shoot multiple times?
Yes.
Oh, okay, right.
Multiple
The
shots.
The next one's not going to do it. It's a 7 on the die, plus my 10, plus 1 minus 4. It's not going to do it.
It's not quite. You get a little too eager, thinking you've got this in the bag, and both shots go wild. They've got a mazer of their own. They're going to fire right at you, and that is a 23 to hit, which is going to score a hit on the forward shields, which, with 6d10 points of damage, I think, I'm pretty certain I can get into your hull points.
Boo.
Either way, it's time to resolve damage. Volterix. What is
You accounted
your
for my
damage on
5% increase that I did as well, right?
Yes.
For shield.
Yes, I
All right.
added those in when you succeeded on that check.
All right.
44.
Fingers crossed.
Again.
44.
Jeez. That is not so good. Only 7
Explode. Jim Jam.
plus 17 plus 1 is 8. His
We have
weakest
a
damage I
we
could
have
done.
number of other enemies to still fight hand to hand today.
I scored a hit 6d10 and I dealt 18 points of damage, which
That's
does
what?
not get through.
That's
Does not get
ridiculous.
through
That's
your forward
awful.
shields. It was so many ones. It was so pathetic.
That's so bad.
Then your mazer cuts through the shields and into that ship's remaining hull points, and it explodes in a fireball shower.
There's no sound.
You can see the little
Space.
Jinsul get
Oh, yeah.
spit out into space
Ooh, no,
as they
I don't like
each
that.
individually die. It's horrible.
No.
It's terrible. Why would you have done this to them? Why did you do this to them? Both enemy ships now destroyed. I need to take a break. That was too much. That was intense. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I gotta cool off. It's too much. See y'all in a few minutes, everybody. As we finish
Sorry,
out our-
not-
Paizo's newest releases have arrived at your favorite local game store and Paizo.com. With more than 300 classic and new monsters, the Pathfinder Bestiary 3 is a beautifully illustrated hardcover rulebook that fills out the core collection of monsters at your table. Don't miss the new troop rules that provide stat blocks for a collection of foes that otherwise might not be much of a threat by themselves. Also available in special and pocket edition formats. Eyes of the Empty Death is a Pathfinder adventure that concludes the Abomination Vault's adventure path, a 3-part campaign in which heroes explore a sprawling mega-dungeon to stop an ancient evil from renewing her monstrous vengeance. This adventure also includes an expanded look at ghosts, an examination of an elder god, and powerful new rules and monsters. Crash and Burn is a Starfinder adventure for 9th level characters. It continues the Fly Free or Die adventure path, a 6-part campaign in which players take on the role of a merchant crew with an experimental starship. Their mission is to get rich, escape interplanetary assassins, and outwit their rivals. The volume also includes a series of side jobs, short mini-adventures the Game Master can insert into the campaign at any time. You'll also find a collection of new and dangerous aliens and details on the corporations that dominate the galaxy. For years, the pirate captain Rinlock sailed the coast of the Arcadian Ocean from the Shackles to the south and to the waters of Varisia to the north. He searched for plunder and adventure until one day his luck ran out. Pathfinder one-shot Sundered Waves is a Pathfinder 2nd Edition adventure that can be run in a single 3 to 4 hour session and kicks off a new series of standalone adventures. It includes pre-generated characters whose backstories and motivations tie closely into the plot. Check it out at paizo.com/Sundered Waves. A caravan is set to depart from a small town, but it needs some capable guards. It is up to the player characters to step in and ensure the caravans and its passengers reach their destination. The Tireless Path is a Pathfinder bounty designated for an hour of play, and is easy to add to any fantasy campaign. The Pathfinder Society has its hands full, quelling panic spreading throughout a Caduran city, when a party hosted by an infamous genie binder goes horribly wrong in Freedom for Wishes. At the same time, they're looking to reinforce their bonds of friendship with the Farhaven clan of Sarkoris, in the Pathfinder Society scenario, a dirge for Sarkoris. In the Starfinder Society scenario, Rat's Repentance, a strange turn of events finds the heroes working with a former enemy, the Yosoki mastermind Datch. While on the other front, the Starfinder Society nears its goal of recovering the final data fragment containing one of its greatest secrets and the fleeting truth, ever-changing revelation. Enemies and allies take their places in your tabletop with the Agents of Edgewatch Pawn Collection. This box features more than 100 pawns for use with Pathfinder 2nd Edition or any tabletop fantasy RPG. A hero collects treasure at every step of their journey, and no treasure is more prized than mighty magic weapons and incredible enchanted armor. The Pathfinder Magic Armaments deck contains 110 cards detailing every magic armor, weapon, and shield in the Pathfinder core rulebook, along with runes and special materials. There are regions in the wild where the environment itself is hostile. Pathfinder Flip Tiles Wilderness Perils expansion is the newest expansion to the Flip Tiles Wilderness starter set and includes 24 full-color 6x6-inch double-sided tiles. The Starfinder Flipbat Solar Temple is a double-sided map that features an ancient Solarian hermitage on one side and a futuristic cloister in space on the other. A special coating allows you to use wet erase, dry erase, and permanent markers with ease. Find your path to friendship and adventure with these new releases and more at Paizo.com and your favorite local game store.
Hey there.
Huh?
You, with the wet sponge. You're late. We were supposed to meet at Blue Rise Tower. I need your help.
My help?
Yes, you. Just ask... Hold on. Alexa, open the Starfinder game. You know we can't pull off this hostile takeover without you. Now come on!
I've got your back.
Join the adventure.
So, you used to work for Edge Corp, huh? Taking it to the edge and all that. You were just a long hauler, shipping cargo from one planet to another for low pay, worse benefits, and the promise of a bonus that never showed up. Now, you're your own boss, looking for cargo you can buy for cheap and sell for bank. Jobs are everywhere. Absalom Station, sure, but the Vescarium too. Near space, even the Vast. Get used to the drift, cause you're gonna be flying long hauls. And some of the things that live in that place, they don't like visitors. I heard Edge Corp is still after you. Something about a stolen ship? And the Golden League is after you too? You got a long list of enemies, hotshot. You better start making some friends. Cause if there's one thing I've learned in a lifetime of carrying freight, it's that every bill comes due. If you really want to be free to go where you want, do as you please, you're gonna have to settle up with these people. And revenge ain't cheap. Don't say I didn't warn you.
destroyed a dangerous superweapon, stopped the threat of an invasion from another plane, fought against a host of nigh unstoppable foes, and uncovered evidence of a vast conspiracy. But now, your biggest challenge lies ahead of you. In Starfinder's first adventures for higher-level characters, the remnants of an ancient warmongering civilization threaten the Pact Worlds, and only you can stop them. Will you rise to the challenge? Or will the devastation arc destroy everything you hold dear?
Hey everybody! Whoa! Wow, that was really interesting. You guys don't know, but coming back 5 seconds early could have been more than y'all bargained for. So,
Hey, that's what
here
happens.
we
It's the
are.
season finale, man.
Safe.
Yeah.
Welcome back indeed to our season finale for Scoured Stars. We just had a starship combat in which the Jinsul pilots thoroughly embarrassed themselves by getting absolutely wrecked by the far superior crew of the Scourdo Rising. But now things are
And
going to get
Zizajik.
interesting. And Zigvajix, yes, the Exo Guardians were there to help, lend a helping hand. But things are going to get a little more intense. There are still some pretty dangerous surprises in store for you. So why don't we jump back into this adventure and see what happens next? The interceptors have been destroyed. You have a clear path to the Jinsul command ship. There is no chance that you could take that thing down, but you know that you don't need to. You just need to maneuver into their hangar, storm the ship, breach the bridge, and kill the Jinsul commander Duras, which should be easy. No problem. Even without the
Light work.
interceptors.
Yeah.
Yeah, just you'll be done by lunch. Even without the interceptors to stop you, the Jinsul carrier has its own defenses in place. At battle stations, you're going to need to throw your all into this approach to avoid getting vaporized. Maple, you feel a malicious presence as the Jinsul's own magic officer attempts to warp space around your ship and throw you off course. You can
my
fight
shit.
back with a difficult mysticism check, and for every spell slot that you burn as part of this check, I will give you a bonus equal to the level of the spell slot that you burn.
Oh.
Wait, so I have to use spell to do a mysticism check?
You don't have to. I'm just telling you that
If I do.
there's a mysticism check to fight off this hostile magical presence. The DC is pretty difficult. However, you can give yourself a bonus if you're not feeling confident, and for every
the
spell
time.
slot that you burn, you'll get a bonus.
Listen.
So you could do like 2 level 1 spell slots and get a +2 to the roll.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Oh, yes. How about cantrips? Oh, they're 0.
Cantrips.
Yeah, I think I will do 2 first levels because right now I'm rolling in 3s and 2s, and I'll burn 2 first level spell slots to add to this.
Okay.
Mysticism roll, which was 16 plus 15 is 31 plus 2 is 33.
Nice.
Yeah.
33.
Very good.
You do manage to focus your current reality and make it more concrete, most of which warping is changing reality, but you can also make your own reality more concrete. So you just focus and you resist the Jinsul's own attempts to throw you off course. And
You know what I think
are
about?
successful.
I think
in your
about
attempt.
our friendship and the time we spent together, and that makes this reality more important to me.
And
Aw.
Brett,
Aw, that's so sweet.
Hey!
Oh no, it did.
I'm clutching onto my anklet friendship bracelet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Oh.
That's right. Volterix and Kazka, you have problems of your own because a trio of antimatter torpedoes are speeding from the flagship towards the Scoured Rising. You can each take a shot, or use the fire at will action to fire twice with that -4 penalty. And in addition, you can spend a resolve point to gain a +2 bonus to your shots. So there are 3 torpedoes and 2 of you. What do you do?
I can use the mazer?
Yep, you could use it. I mean, you're just taking shots with any weapon at hand. So yeah, you lock onto one of these torpedoes.
Yeah.
You can absolutely fire.
All right. Ooh. That's going to be a 27.
27. And you blast one of the torpedoes out of the sky, but there are 2 left. It's up to Kazka. Kazka, you can accept that one of them's going to get through your defenses, or you take that -4 penalty, fire twice, and hope you can hit both of them. What are you going to do?
-4, fire twice. Here we go.
Right.
First one. 16 on the die, +10,
Yes.
-4.
26. 22.
Yes.
22. Unfortunately, that
No.
wily torpedo just zips around. You miss with the light particle cannon, and you feel the impact shudder through the ship. That is going to come into play in just a minute here. You've got one more attempt. There's one more torpedo.
Gosh.
What do you do?
I have to roll up. Okay. Be good. It's the same exact number, 16 on the die.
Well, you got a little greedy with the 2 shots. Hope you can think of both out. And 2 torpedoes slam into the Scoured Rising. Shield alerts are going off everywhere. The shields are nearly breached. Paint is scratched.
I'm sorry.
everywhere. The
I'm
hull
sorry.
has 3 different dents in it. It's a disaster.
I'll paint it.
But more
It's fine.
importantly,
It gives us character.
the ship has a
Battle
lot
wounds
more
are always
character now.
great.
Gunnin, as these torpedoes slam into your ship, you get a flashing warning on the console and realize that the Scoured Rising is under a different kind of attack as well, as you careen towards the flagship's hangar bay. Jinsul hackers are working furiously to overwhelm your ship's systems. You can make a difficult computers check to fend off this malicious signal, and you notice, however, that their connection leaves them vulnerable to a counterattack. I will increase the DC if you want to attempt to upload Historia 7's malware program and infect their ship in return. So do you want to accept the increased DC or just defend yourself?
I think we've been at this a while now. Omnipotent power of the game blazer. The best defense is a good offense. Yes.
Beep boop.
It's pretty good though. Let's see. That is going to be 32. 33.
32.
Sorry, 33.
33. You got a little cocky, Captain Gunnin. That increased DC puts you to 35. And while you attempt to upload Historia 7's malware, you are the ship's systems start to glitch around you. Things are looking pretty nasty for the Scoured Rising.
No!
And all of these things come to a head with Haven. As all of these things are happening, time seems to slow as you become one with the ship. You trust that your crew is doing the best they can to fend off the flagship's defense systems, but you have your own purpose, which is to get into that hangar bay in one piece. You need to make a difficult piloting check. However, because of your companion's 3 failures before, you're going to take a -6 penalty to your piloting check. As your connection to the ship and the void of space around you is mystical in nature, you also can burn spell slots for a bonus equal to the spells for the slot levels on this check, same as Maple did. So -6 penalty, but you can burn spells if you want to overcome that as you attempt to maneuver into this hangar bay.
Yes, so Haven is seeing all of this happen and is just focused, laser focused in on what they have to do and their maneuvers. They're going to spend 4 first level spell slots for a +4, which negates it down to a -2. instead of -6. And then, so they're going to essentially do a punch and burn into this hangar. So they come close and they see that they're sort of getting surrounded by these energy weapons, and that the computer is sort of fritzing. So Haven does the punch to turn it around so that it's facing back, and then kills the power. So just momentum will like back it into the hangar.
I like it.
Pretty
And make
epic.
a piloting. Yeah.
Come on, Haven.
Okay. 35 minus 233.
33, almost as good as it gets in terms of what happens next. The Scoured Rising bursts through the hangar and hits the deck plating hard and starts skidding, and sparks are screaming up everywhere. You see a scattering squad of mechanics that you just smash through. The crates go flying everywhere, equipment destroyed, and it was a little rough on the landing. I'm going to need everybody to make a fortitude save.
Oh,
Yikes.
jeez. Do we throw up?
Oh no.
Yep.
A little
I
bit.
throw up.
Everybody puke.
11.
That's me. Me too.
Wonderful
11.
I don't have good fortitude.
21.
9.
It seems.
Also 9.
It seems. Oh gosh. It seems
bugs
like
are
Gunn
dying.
is the only one who succeeded on this. So
Around the
everybody
captain, the whole crew barfs.
Whole Team America, right?
Yeah.
The rest of you get banged up. You take 10 points of damage as you just get
Ooh.
thrown around as the
Oh.
ship skids to a stop. Gunnan, you're going to take half of that with 5 points. But then the ship does come to a stop. I will say, if you had, without those penalties, you might have gotten just enough to take no damage. But at worst, if you had really fudged that roll, you'd have taken 8d10 points of damage instead of the 2d10 that you took. So you did pretty
The end
well
of the show.
on that piloting check. all things
Yeah.
considered.
Imagine
Finale!
making all
We
this
all
way
died.
in a crash here in the bay, and that's just it. Sucks. Roll new characters. Yeah.
Roll the credits.
Everybody make new characters real quick and we'll finish it out. Yeah. However,
That didn't happen. We did
as
it.
things like settle and the smoke clears in the ship, you all hear a voice in your comms, and it's guidance. I'm not detecting any reaction to your presence, and they may believe that you were destroyed coming in. You should proceed to the command deck as quickly as possible and take advantage of this. I'm unfamiliar with the layout of the vessel, but if you could plug me into a terminal somewhere, I could try to access their systems and get you a layout of the ship. What do you do?
Guidance, do you have any idea of who the captain of this vessel is? Anything about their commanding officer?
I believe it's Duras himself. We only know that he is a fanatic of Cadrical, and he's leading the Jinsul's entire operation to round up everybody from the Crayholm Freehold and take them back to the Scoured Stars.
Hmm.
Now that we're inside this hangar,
Yeah, no, hang on. This is important. Could you show me everything we have on this Duras?
Sure. Yeah, you get a mostly. Aside from what guidance has told you, there's not a whole lot of other information. The Starfinder Society hasn't had a whole lot of direct contact with Duras. You know that he is fanatically devoted to Cadrical. The Jinsul believe in what they're calling the Mandate of Return, where they will round up everybody who has ever exited the Scoured Stars, take them back to the Scoured Stars, and basically trap them all there. Like, they believe that is Cadrical's will.
Do I know
Is there anything-
enough about him to activate no coordinates? My spell where I can find him. Because I just have to
Sure,
be
yeah.
able to identify them.
Yeah.
I want to find that guy. Where is he on the ship?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, you can do that. Sure.
Mm-hmm. I would like to.
Sure. You get a sort of mental sense of where this person is, and feel pretty confident that you know the direction and relative distance. This is a pretty massive ship, so it'll definitely take some getting through, but you could locate them without too much trouble.
I share that with everyone where they are. I say, you all know what we have to do. In the event that I am incapacitated, Casca's in charge.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged, Captain.
And I turn my armor on. She just starts to glow.
My spear and my gun, and you see there's a couple of grenades hanging from the belt. Yeah.
Swords out. Yep.
Haven in the new armor straps the flamethrower to their back and is ready to go.
Just say, when we head towards the door, I do just stop and say, Voltarix, Casca, you know what to do.
Before we go, Captain,
I'm going to turn around to the rest of the crew that's with us and
remember what I've taught you, everyone. Be bold, be force, be fierce. We can do this.
And then she'll look at Voltarix and make a nod and move forward.
Sure. Exit the crashed Scourdo. You're fairly confident that just, unlike your previous crash landing, the Scourdo will rise again. You're fairly confident that all of the damage is pretty cosmetic and surface. You were probably individually banged up worse than the actual ship. So you know that you have a ride off this ship. Comes to it.
Oh, so don't set this one to self-destruct.
You
right.
You don't self-destruct this one. Unless you really want to. That's a whole thing.
Right. I mean, if we could set it to go off in like an hour, like if we fail, it kills everything. Blow up the ship. It's not terrible, but okay. Right. Got it. Cool.
You head out into this hangar that is in complete disarray. There are a whole bunch of like individual fires going off everywhere. You see that there's a catwalk, and overlooking everything there is what's probably some kind of logistics area, and there are also several other sort of bay doors that would lead you deeper into the ship. You know that you need to move closer to the gun, and you can sense the direction. You know that like you could either go through the logistics station on the upper deck, or you could attempt to make your way towards the forward quadrant of the ship through one of the bay doors on the lower level.
I do initiate the telepathic connection, and I ask the scouts to take a look, like whichever way seems is going to be the least resistance.
Sorry, what was that? I cut out for me for a second.
Sorry, I said I initiate our telepathic communication, and I say to everyone, basically to Casca and Voltarix, to check and see which way is going to have the least amount of obstacles. Like, what's the least defended route forward?
Yeah. And just to say it out loud, I would like to be full stealthing.
Full stealth.
Full
Are you
stealth
flying
mode.
also?
Total
Aren't
stealth.
you always?
Yeah,
No,
You're always.
this will be the one time Jim said, "But did you say you were stealthing?"
This is true. This is true. Jim will say that. Yes.
I know Jim.
I just know Voltarix is always in the dark.
Yeah.
So you want a stealth check, or Jim, or do you want a perception check?
Stealth or you guys can make a perception check if you want to look around. I also just need to know which direction you want to go through.
Oh, they're both
do you want
the
to try to
same
go
number.
through the logistics station, or do you want to go just like start moving through corridors?
Got a 31 for stealth.
Okay.
And I don't know. I guess I'll go one direction and Casca can go the other. Scope it out.
That would split you up between levels, so that would split you up pretty far. If you got into trouble, you'd be pretty on your own.
I say corridors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a 26.
Sure. You start making your way through the ship, and you are moving pretty quietly, pretty stealthily. You don't really have these ship schematics, so you're mostly like Gunnan can guide you, like we need to go this way generally, but you're kind of stumbling along a little bit. Like it doesn't give you like a route to go through the ship. Like, you have no sense of real direction in the ship. So as you're moving through some of these corridors, you feel like you're just sort of fumbling about. It's difficult to sort of pick your way along. You're constantly taking cues from Gunnan. And at this point, I would like the two scouts to make a perception check.
Yes.
22.
28.
Nice.
So 17 plus
22,
my 11.
All right. You hear the motion of armored Jinsul coming up in the corridor ahead, and you're able to detect it just in time enough to find yourself a spot to hide. But as you look back, you can see that your companions don't seem to be quite aware of that just yet. You want to signal them?
Yes.
Yeah, you can try to signal. Yeah, you have the telepathic link.
Yeah, we
so-
telepathic.
Yep, you get a ping from your scouts that there's an incoming patrol, and you have a moment to hide if you all want to make a stealth check.
Find cover now.
I'm not the stealthiest, but I'll try. It's just if this doesn't work, I'm prepared for violence. So
Yeah, sure.
11.
11. Haven, no.
Good thing you got new armor.
Yeah.
because I actually did 25. It's not terrible.
Oh, wow.
But yeah,
Hey.
I'm like I've been paying attention to Voltarex. I think you just do.
Yeah.
Ooh, where'd you
Just
go?
Load the camera.
Yeah.
I got a 26.
Nice. Okay.
Maple and so it's really just Haven who is left in this corridor. Your friends have like disappeared, and you're looking around like, what do I do? Where do I go? And then you see a Jinsul assault squad coming around the corner. They notice you. You notice them. And you can see that, like, immediately they start radioing. Like, you just hear like they're talking to somebody in their comms, and you know that like a mass of Jinsul is ready to converge on your position. And while you could stay and fight these ones, you may be better served making a run for it and trying to lose them through the corridors. Though I leave that decision up to you and your captain to decide how to handle this particular situation. Do you want to try to jump these Jinsul, or do you want to try to run away?
It's
One
remember
better.
why we're here. Yes, don't get pinned. Don't get pinned down here. Let's move.
All right. So as
Haven
you
is-
start, go ahead.
Haven is going to use their jet dash motion to jump and latch to the ceiling of this craft and use spider climb.
Yeah.
Ooh, very nice. So you
Whoop,
just start.
and so they're gonna skitter
literally
across the
skittering
ceiling.
across the ceiling. I love
Yeah.
it. I love it. You start rushing away. The rest of you realize that if you don't follow Haven, you're very likely to lose them. So you
I
can
could also
if
be a
you want, just
distraction.
wait it out.
Mhm,
Or
I was
you
thinking
can
that.
let Haven be a distraction, or you can follow them. What are you gonna do?
I mean, the rest of, well, I guess we don't know how stealthy we are, but the rest of us didn't do too bad. So try and creep along after Haven.
Sure. Start creeping along after Haven. Haven, all right, everybody who is creeping and trying to stay out of sight, make a stealth check. Haven, you make an athletics check as you try to
good.
run and outdistance
Great.
these Jinsul.
A +1
28.
to this.
27.
Oh no.
Me too, 27.
Also
Yeah.
27.
27. Haven, you provide an
6.
excellent distraction. But unfortunately, that distraction costs you, as the Jinsul are like plasma fire is splattering against the ceiling all around you. And I need to know if a 26 hits your EAC.
It does.
No.
Oh,
It does indeed.
Mhm.
Haven, you're gonna take. Where'd that one go? I'll just
No.
Oh, it doesn't count.
You're gonna
Not
take.
covered.
You're gonna take
Floor dice
12
don't exist.
points of electricity
points.
damage as shock rifles they're just blasting you, trying to kill you as you crawl across the ceiling. Your companions are following along much more stealthily. You are providing an excellent distraction, and you get into a bay of lift tubes. There is a heavy blast door that as soon as you're all in, you can punch the controls on it. It slides shut, cutting you off from this attack. You or the captain, or anybody really, could attempt to hack into the panel for the door and try to seal it if you want to, or you could just keep running.
have a spell.
What do you want to do?
I have a spell that I have been able to use for this whole 10 episodes.
Sure.
Hold door.
It's called
Hold portal.
Hold door. It's called literally called Hold door. That's exactly what it is.
Let
Hodor,
Michelle announce her spell.
Hodor.
She's excited.
Sorry.
Hold portal.
Um,
All right, so you cast. There's this shimmering barrier that appears over the door and just holds it shut. That does not necessarily preclude from the captain or Haven or anybody who wants to from also trying to hack the panel and seal the door if you want that extra layer, or if you're just going to trust Maple's spell. Either way, let me know.
Well, can we activate the elevator?
That is a whole separate thing. So if you want to do that, you could attempt starting to do that if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll try that.
Yeah,
Okay.
just get out of here.
You move over and try to activate the lift. You know approximately, now that you're activating the lift, that gives you a limited schematic of the ship, and you're able to determine, based on your spell, knowing the location of your target, you get a general sense of what deck you need to get to. So you try to hack into it, and I do need you to make a computers check. See if you can
34.
force the lift. 34. You are able to bypass the
Excellent.
the systems and take command of the lift. You guys can all get out of here as you can hear the Jinsul literally trying to blast through the blast door that is being held by Maple's spell. You pile onto the lift.
Good job.
Which begins to shudder and take you up to the deck where you need to go. However, it stops about halfway between floors, and one of the doors opens and sort of you can crawl through, and as you do, you see that you are in something of a secondary reactor bay that will still take you where you want to go, but you realize that if you move through here with the shielding, which is currently not in place, it might expose you to some very dangerous radiation. However, there is a terminal nearby where you could try to open the maintenance panel and force the shielding to come down, which it normally would not do while the ship is active, which would shield you from that radiation, but it will require an engineering check.
I just look at Haven and I'm like, would you like to, or shall I?
Be my guest.
Computers again,
Haven's
right?
Actually going to
engineering for this one.
Engineering.
But while that's happening, Haven is going to take the opportunity at this terminal to plug guidance in.
Sure.
And then, connecting Historia 7 as well.
Sure. You plug guidance into the terminal, and
It's a dirty 30 on the engineering.
Dirty 30. With the security systems that are in place, you're unable to override the manual access for the reactor shielding, which again is not supposed to come down while the ship is in motion. You can still move through the room, but there just might be some radiation hazards. However, we do have to account for guidance. Because Haven, you plug your personal device into the terminal, and you see a rapid download and exchange of data. And guidance actually very quickly begins to absorb just incredible amounts of data on this ship. You get this full schematics, you see fleet orders, you see communication channel access codes. All of them start flashing across the screen in this waterfall of incoming data. Then everything sort of glitches out for a moment, and you hear Guidance's voice. He says, whoops, I'm not really alone in here. this ship is run by an advanced military-grade AI that has detected my intrusion, and it's attempting to initiate a ship-wide security alert and have you all killed. I'm gonna have to. I can't leave the system without endangering all of you. I can halt the alert. I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna stay here and fight this. Look, if I don't make it, I want you to know that I appreciate our time together. If you hadn't so harshly criticized my voice when we first met, I never would have developed the devastating sense of inadequacy that led me to realize my own conscious existence. So thank you, Starfinders, for your callous and judgmental attitudes. Good luck.
You're the most sentient of all of us.
Yeah. Guidance, no matter what happens, there's a backup of you in the cloud, and the cloud
that's true.
is forever.
Yeah,
the cloud is forever.
Program, but okay.
Guidance has to turn their attention to fending off the ship's AI, but you now have access through Guidance to some of those systems, and even though the captain wasn't able to lower that radiation shielding, you can make a new attempt. Haven, you can make an attempt. Roll a check and give yourself a +4 bonus because of the system's access from Guidance.
And is it just straight D20 plus 4?
Plus engineering. It's an engineering check.
Okay, that's 24, 28.
28. Yep. Unfortunately, even with all of that in place, you know that you're not going to be able to bypass those systems. An emergency lockout activates, and you just know that the shielding's not going to go in place. You're going to have to move on and just risk it. You're just going to have to risk it.
I mean, apparently that's what it is. So I guess full move action or whatever, because we can't go back and we can't protect ourselves. So just run for it.
You just run for it, and I'm going to need everybody to make a fortitude save.
Real quick, Kazka, are you able to attune
19.
your armor at all?
That's good.
To like radiation? I don't know how it works, but
No, it's
Give
no.
radiation protection.
I see.
But thank you for thinking of me.
22 for me as well.
That's
19.
a success.
18.
Success.
The hell?
Success.
10.
Oh, Maple. Maple. Radiation hits you hard.
Oh.
You
I have
become
a full
little
suit.
weaker.
How is this possible?
In fact, you become sickened and fatigued.
What the
Oh
hell?
While you are
no.
fatigued, you can neither run nor charge. You take a -1 penalty to your armor class, attack rolls, melee damage rolls, and reflex saves, and initiative, and any strength or dexterity-based ability checks. Sickened gives you an additional -2 penalty to attack rolls, damage rolls, saving throws, skill checks, and ability checks. So basically, you're at -3 for just about everything.
What?
And a -1 penalty to your armor class as the radiation just like flows through you. You can feel your cells are getting assaulted by gamma rays.
Unless I use my alternate outcome skill. Paradigm shift.
Yeah?
Today I can change my reality to a more favorable one. So if I can once a day I can re-roll one attack roll, one saving throw, ability check, skill check, So I'm gonna re-roll this, baby.
Yes.
Let's move this reality to one that's a little better.
What
for
am I
you,
looking
Maple.
for a save again? Okay, that's good. That's good. It's
No, all we know is an
fortitude?
18 made it. We know that.
It was an 18. It's a 14 plus 4 is an 18.
All right. So in one reality, an irradiated Maple is just dog-tired, feeling
Sick and
queasy
tired.
and nauseous, vomiting all over the deck. But in this
Thank
reality,
you.
Maple's doing all right. And
I'm
runs
fine.
through.
Okay. Okay.
Voltaire,
Nice.
did you make it?
Yeah, I made it. It was a 22.
Yep, indeed. I thought that was a success from everybody else. So we have come to the most favorable reality. You managed to get through that secondary reactor. You brave the radiation, but your armor holds. You are not irradiated, and you move with the schematics and Gunnan's guidance. you manage to find the bridge doors, which are currently sealed shut. However, with the schematics, you find that nearby there is a security substation, and you could attempt to forge a custom ID that might grant you access, or you could try to brute force your way through the door. So, custom forging the ID would require computers. Getting your way through the door either requires you to just blast it open, or you could try an engineering check to do a manual override on the blast doors.
Wait, is that computers or engineering or engineering?
Computers or engineering is what you're looking for.
And I'll go for the computers route because I have more of a bonus to that. So that's gonna be, I don't know. It's been high math, but not always enough in this place. This is gonna be 35.
35 will do it. You managed to custom forge a one-time security ID that will override the lockdown on the bridge.
You definitely hear Gunnan like muttering to himself and like which weird curses, like computers not doing what I do, you know, trying to get it to work.
And the ID just says like Jinsul sucks is like the name.
Exactly. It just says Jin sucks.
The,
not even
the Wi-Fi
Jinsul.
name is that,
Yeah.
You do manage to get this ID in hand, and now you are all standing outside the bridge doors. They're currently sealed, but you know you have a way through. You also know that on the other side of this door is a Jinsul fanatic in command of the entire fleet, and if you can cut the head off this snake, you may be able to end the threat. What do you do?
Make sure I'm still stealthing.
Position.
Yep, exactly. Well, I just look at everyone and I say, all right, just remember, the moment I have a clear shot and I pat the grenades, it's like I'm gonna throw one of these, and then whatever happens, make sure we bring him down as fast as possible.
Acknowledged.
Acknowledged, Captain.
Important point of clarification, grenades, even with a full attack, you can only throw one, right?
No, I mean, if you make a full attack, you could throw two. You would just take that -4 penalty. The DC for hitting a specific targeted area is 5, so you almost always hit with a grenade. What type of grenades did you purchase?
I bought 2 Mark IV incendiary grenades.
Whoa, heavy hitters. Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
very expensive, but they'll get the job done. Yeah,
Yeah,
if I
as
have
long as
the,
you
if I
basically
have
have
the,
them in,
yeah.
you to throw 2 of them, you would basically need to have one in each hand. So I know usually you go with the artillery laser and the spear. So if you wanted to use 2 of your hands with the grenades, you have to pick which weapon is going to be stowed at the start of this combat.
I'll in this case, I'm actually I'll stow the spear. I'll keep my rifle and the grenades so that when the door opens and the moment I see that dude, like, yeek. Yeah, because I don't know who else is in here with him anyway.
Okay.
Yep. So I just look at all of them and I'm like, everybody ready?
If possible, Haven is going to ready a spell and preemptively cast Hurl Force Disc, like, to be waiting.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so just to be clear, the plan is to open the door. You're throwing the grenades first before
Right,
running.
and then unleash hell. Yep. Just let me get the
Okay.
grenades off.
Yes.
All right, ready.
Everybody else ready?
Yes.
Chip.
All right. Hit the
Scared.
door and be ready to. The moment I see him, be ready to yeet these things.
Okay.
Would I?
Now I know you've all done the player things, which is we prepare to immediately attack. But I wrote a villain monologue, and I'm doing it.
Okay.
Please.
So I'll
Yes.
He absolutely he can do it as he just sees them like pondering to himself as the 2 grenades are coming over. Like, boom. Yeah,
I love it. Okay.
I get it.
There's
You've
like
earned
a
it. You've
record
earned it.
scratch. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I bet you're wondering how I got into this mess.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you open the bridge doors. The doors slide aside thanks to Gunnan's ability to forge a security ID. And you sort of surprise 3 large Jinsul figures. The largest of which is in this like ornate it's a new kind of armor, and there's all these different like holographic seals on it. And it looks, rather than like warrior like, it looks almost ceremonial in kind, and you recognize from the files that you had that this Jinsul is Juris. He turns in sort of shock to see I just waltzing onto his bridge, but then sort of calms for a moment. Starfinders, I have seen much of your work, quite disruptive to Kadrakal's will. I had hoped that my forces would destroy you time and time again, and yet you persist. And now I see that I should not have relied on the will of lesser Jinsul. I should have moved to carry out Kadrakal's will myself. And thus I welcome you, and am eager to resolve our conflict in his name. Make your peace, Starfinders. I will kill you now, while my fleet crushes your pathetic society once and for all. Now you may make all of your preemptive attacks.
We have brought you an official Starfinder greeting. Yeet yeet.
Yeah.
Sling both. Yeah. That is going to be.
Now, just for technicality's sake, from where you guys are starting combat on the map, I've got you. The bridge is fairly large, and you're 40 feet away from Juris at the start of combat. Now, Yeet Yeet is a -4 because that's 2 attacks, and Grenade has a range increment of 20 feet. At 40 feet, you're going to take an additional -4 penalty. Now, you're only trying to hit an AC of 5, but you've got a -8 penalty total to the Yeet Yeet. So keep that in mind as you throw grenades.
Okay. So, it's still going to be 15 and 14.
15 and 14 are both going to hit.
Yep.
Now I need to make reflex saves against these grenades.
Which is it's. Yep.
Let's see. We've got a 23 and a 20 and a dirty 20, which is almost
probably going to be enough. Yep.
Yeah, the DC is like 15 for your grenades, so he's going to make it, but that's still half damage. So still roll your damage, and I will take half of that.
That's you said 3 Jinsul figures, right?
There are indeed 3 Jinsul figures, so I guess
because
technically I assumed you were targeting Duris, but
I mean, it depends on where they are relative to him. I'm throwing them at him, but I mean, if they're within,
look at the map.
yeah.
I put you on the map.
It's 5d6 and then burning within 3d6 within 15 feet.
Right. That's if they fail their save, they take the burning condition.
Well,
so effectively, you could throw it at the 2 heavily armed and armored Jinsul that are next to Duris, or you could throw at Duris himself.
No, him.
Him. Okay,
they
that's
all,
great.
Yeah, right.
So
if there's no way to get
damage.
them all, it's just him. All right. Whoops. Nope. Hang on. Sorry, not that. All right. So the first one is 15 points of fire damage, and the second one is 20 points of fire damage. 15 and 20.
And then he's taken half because he made those saves, but he still takes a beating before he can even react. And then Haven, you had a prepared spell. You're going to hurl a force disc.
As soon as the grenades go off towards the main enemy, Duras, Haven changes the projectile to go towards the other 2, because this is going to like ping around. So the first one is a 24 versus
Sorry, who's your primary target?
The one in front,
Duris, or is it one of the one in? So it's the one directly ahead of you. All right.
Exactly.
Gotcha. So what is that first one then?
A 24 versus EAC.
24 hits. That's going to be 3d6
Nice.
points of damage. Force damage.
It is. So that's 14.
All right, 14 points of damage to that one. This
And
continues.
then it pings off. 11 plus 9, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Is that EAC or KAC? I'm pretty sure it's EAC.
EAC, yeah.
You see it hits, but only barely.
Oh, good. And so on the next one, it does 2d6 each secondary target.
Yep.
So that's 9 points of force damage to that one.
9 points of damage to him. He gets clangs, the armor, and then they have to be within how many feet of each other?
15.
15. So unfortunately, Duras is outside of that radius. So you hit the 2 Jinsul Praetorians. But Duras is safe from that particular attack. And now we'll move in to our first round. What were those initiatives, my friends?
Mine's 11.
28.
28 or Gunnin. I will say, you're not moving first in this round.
Oh.
Ooh.
Haven.
That's Voltarex,
16.
I'm sure.
Mine was 10, actually. I put it in the thing.
10 for Maple. Kazka.
Mine's
what were you looking at?
11. 11.
11 for Kazka.
Ooh, you
Well, I
beat
was
me?
waiting. I was waiting for that stuff to be thrown out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Haven, what were you at?
Oh, 16.
16. Roll Haven.
What kind of low this time?
It is in fact
Yeah.
not Gunnen's turn. At the top of the round, for once in this game, it's not Haven's turn because it's Duras's turn. Duras is up next because you have thrown grenades at him, Gunnen. So he focuses
Twice.
all of his will and his hatred on you. And you feel your head start to shake. A little bit of blood trickles down from your nose, out your ears, out your eyes. And I need you to make a will save. While I start rolling some damage.
Oh.
I did not consent to this.
Yeah.
That is going to be 23.
23 is a success, which is the good news. The bad news is that as Duras attempts to mind thrust you, you resist most of it, which is good because it would have been 36 points of damage. However, with your successful will save, that cuts it down to 18 points of damage.
Wait, isn't half of that 13? Oh, no, okay, 18.
30,
Okay.
Oh, sorry, yes, you're right. No, 36
Wait,
is
what'd you-
18.
what-
You confused me.
Sorry.
36
You
points
said-
of
thought you
damage.
said-
Half of 36 is
Right.
18.
Got it. All right, perfect.
Indeed. And then Duras is going to take a couple of steps, getting a little bit closer, with his leg blades flashing against the steel of the hull plating. And that is the end of his turn as he attempts to pop Gunnen's skull like an overripe grape. And now it's Gunnen's turn. What do you do?
Don't like it. I'm just checking something real quick here about how this works. So we establish I cannot use my improved get 'em as a part of a standard action with my clever attack at the same time. However,
Right, you're choosing one or the other.
yes, I still can do it as a move action, which again, I deeply question what was the point of it then, but fine. Hang on, I do have one question about the other thing that I just got though. Because I got a standard upgrade to get him, and then I purchased improved get him. I just have to read this real quick, sorry, because apparently this guy is strong. Come on. Okay, so at 6th level, I can spend a resolve to expand the bonus and gain the damage to all. Okay, all right. Okay, so, I am gonna render him flat-footed, or attempt to.
Okay.
With 18. That is going to be 35 to bluff him.
Okay, he is flat-footed.
I'm going to use my move action to mark him with get him, but I'm going to spend a resolve point to mark all of them with get him. So we got a +1 on all of them. I'm like, get
Right,
all
it will be a
of them.
+2. It'll be a +2 because you have improved to get him.
Oh, okay. So I did it with a move action, so it is still great.
But it
cool.
still is
So
the +2, right? So that's actually the benefit you're getting.
Perfect. So two
However,
on everybody. Yes.
Where I
Thank
had a gift given to me in the last session against Volterix, I've had a different gift given to me against Captain Gunnin. Because when these Jinsul Praetorians are targeted by any envoy improvisation, they get an attempt to shake it off with mystic babbling and incoherent rabbling.
Seems oddly
first
specific, but okay.
Is going to succeed on a mysticism check, so he will not be affected by Get 'em. And the second one gets an even higher result. So the two Praetorians are not affected by Get 'em. It still will affect Duras, but the two Praetorians unaffected as they babble about their faith to Cadrical and their unshakable will to crush you all.
Duly noted. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way with those two. In a 26 to attack Duras with my rifle.
The artillery laser. Yep, that'll hit.
Yep.
You've got him.
It is the penetrating quality, if that matters. It's going to be 50. Oh, hang on. 16 points of damage.
16 points of damage. Most of it gets sucked up by the armor, which gets torn away by the force of your attack. Duras is in quite a bit of pain at this point. Still standing strong as we move on from Gunnin's turn.
Still time to surrender, friend. And that's it for me.
Sure. Volterix, it's your up next.
I don't know what to do. I mean, usually I'm just like, I shoot the thing, but us being clumped up like this is no good. So I'm gonna do the dum-dum thing and move away from everybody just so that I can, I guess, get some distance between us. So I can move 30 feet. So I will move and use my trick attack. That was 30, right?
Yep.
Aha, one more. Aha. There we go. Which is probably really dumb, but I'm doing it. Okay, so I'm going to use my Gelid pistol and do a trick attack. Stealth roll coming in. Okay, that's going to be a 17 plus 11... 28? Right?
28 is a failure.
Ooh,
wow. Not going to do it. Duras is not tricked by your attack.
All right. Do I still get to try to attack, or is that it?
Yeah, you still attack, but it's just normal damage. So you can still make an attempt to hit him.
All right, I will make a puny baby attempt to hit him.
And Duras still
Baby
has
attack,
Get 'em, right?
Huh?
Duras still has Get 'em on him, right? He was the only one that got it.
Oh, yeah.
He does +2.
So add +2 to your attack.
He got it and get it.
So
He got
18
it.
plus 11, so 29.
Yep, that is a hit.
Okay.
But just normal weapon damage.
Boo. That's gonna be 12 total.
12 points of cold damage. And I won't be off target this round. Volterix.
I'll get you next time, Jim Jam.
Possibly. Haven, you're up next.
Yeah.
You see that Duras is taking a beating. These Praetorians, they're doing all right so far. What are you going to do?
Well, actually, seeing sort of the mystic abilities of Duras, and what happened with the captain, they almost, as a mystic, could recognize this sort of spell work. and immediately, if anyone was looking at Haven, you could see them change their posture a little bit and say, we should attack. And then again, there's a change, and it says, no, we should defend. And a third change again, perhaps we should heal someone. And Haven has cast Mind of 3. This is a very interesting spell that splits their personality into two other personas. These personas are nearly identical to your original personality, but each emphasize a different aspect of your personality. They're aware and can physically communicate with each other, allowing them to coordinate their efforts and assist each other. At any points during the spell's duration, you can focus a persona on assisting with a task, granting you one of the following abilities. Persona granting one of these abilities doesn't take an action, but it causes that persona to merge with your normal consciousness, disappearing. So, if I fail a saving throw against a mind-altering effect, I can compartmentalize that within one persona. If I do, I'm unaffected by it. If I fail an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma-based skill check, I could re-roll that. And if I fail a caster level check, I can re-roll that.
Dang.
That's
awesome.
good.
Do you want to move anywhere? Or are you good where you are, Haven?
For casting, it's that full action. Can you describe these purple aspects on the map? Are they like walls or like half walls?
So the thin lines are like consoles.
Yeah.
They were like screens and consoles and stuff. Yeah, so those are...
Would they
provide cover,
any sort of cover?
Yeah, they would provide cover, yeah.
Yeah, then Haven's going to move over and just hide behind one of the consoles.
Hunker down and get that cover. Excellent. Excellent turn, Haven, and a weird spell. I'm a big fan of. Love it. We move on. It is now the Praetorians' turns, and they are upset. You see the one in the rear reaches back and takes a move action to slam some button on the console behind them, and everything goes red. You hear this like klaxon warning sound, and you know an alert has been, a ship-wide alert has been activated. You wonder how long it'll be until this battle is joined, and if you can end it before you get overwhelmed. That was a move action, and with their standard action, this Jinsul Praetorian is going to lift a plasma rifle and try to blast. I don't have any cover versus Volteric, so since she put herself out in the open, I gotta do it. Against your EAC, that is a 30.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This plasma rifle burns when it hits, and you are going to take not great damage. 11 points of electricity / fire damage. So half electricity, half fire as it blasts you. But that's its actions. It took a move and a standard. The Jinsul Praetorian that has not gone yet is going to shift forward up close to Kazka, lancing out with one of those famous leg blades against your KAC, Kazka. That is, maybe it's an in-between. Let's see what I get with my total. You're pretty beefy these days, I hear. 28 against KAC.
No, yeah, that gets it.
All right, the leg blade slams into your armor, and it doesn't cut through, but the blunt force of the blow is enough to kind of stagger back. Better damage, but still not great. That is going to be 17 points of slashing damage as the leg blade tries to just cut you in half. It moved, it attacked, the other one moved and attacked. That is the Praetorians. We move on now to Kazka's turn.
Talking is a free action, right? It sure say is. Out loud, I'm like, Maple, can you hold the door again? They've called for reinforcements.
Yes. But I can only do like one door at a time. So like this one right here, or the one over there. There's 2 doors. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, you muted.
So I think that's more than my one free action of talking, so I won't say anything else right now.
Okay.
It's up to you to decide, Maple, but for now, Kazka, you've got to deal with some Praetorians.
Well, change of plans. Gonna fight the one in front of me, obviously. So we're gonna do full attack. I go into photon mode, just so you know.
Photon. All right.
Okay. So that's gonna be 16 plus 13.
29.
29.
Minus 3.
26.
29 minus 3 is 26, which is still a hit against their KAC. Deal damage.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Damage. That's 1d12. 9. Okay. 19 points of damage.
Oof,
Wow.
19. A solid hit.
Yeah, rolled
You
a
just start
10.
cutting through this thing's weird body covered in purple eyes. Were you
then-
making a full attack?
Yes, full attack. Yes, I'm gonna try one more time.
Go for it.
Nope, that is a 2 on the die. So she swings and
Ooh,
misses.
yeah. It blocks your second attack with a leg blade and diverts the blade harmlessly to the floor, undeterred in its purpose to destroy you. But still, staggering a little under the weight of that blow. You can tell you hurt it quite a bit. Maple, it is now your turn. You've been told to hold the door, but there are 2 doors. What do you do?
I don't know if I should waste 2 rounds holding all doors. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if I hold one door, it doesn't really matter because I can just go to the other door. But if I spend 2 turns doing this, then people might die. Sorry, Captain. I gotta save our own first. I'm gonna move, whoosh away. Bye. I'm gonna cast a spell on Kazka because she's in melee. It is called. Whoop, let me find it. It is called Displacement. So, you basically get a 50% mischance as if you had total concealment.
Nice.
Oh, that's the worst. That's terrible.
Yay!
Thank you,
That's
Maple.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
that's
duration
awesome.
is 1 round per level. Is that my spellcasting level or my character level?
Yeah, so it's your level. So you're 7. So 7 rounds.
Wow.
50%
That's awesome.
mischance on
Write it
Oh my
down.
god, thank you, Maple. Thank you, Maple.
So
7 rounds.
gross.
Love it.
Good.
So
Thank you, thank you, thank
gross.
you. Nice.
You've gotten
Don't
a
get to
pretty
meet too
good
many of those.
lead.
Yeah.
You've got a pretty good lead
That's
in this first round, but we are at the top of the second round, and Duris gets to go again.
Oh god.
He is going to once again attempt to squeeze Captain Gunnan's brain into mush. So make another
Okay.
will save, Captain.
Come on, Captain.
That's going to be 23.
That's a success. 32,
Oh.
34. 38 points of damage this time, so that's 19 as you resist half of that. 19 points of damage.
That's so
And after casting the spell, once again, Duris moves ever closer to the targets, getting right up in the captain, captain and Kozka's business.
Ooh.
Those leg blades flashing dangerously close. Though he has used all of his actions this round and cannot take an attack as much as he would love to. So, Gunnan, we move to your turn.
My 19 hit points say that he did, in fact, take that attack already. So I'm like, he's done plenty. He's done
Yeah,
enough.
so you're into hit points?
I have four stamina left.
Okay.
So basically, practically, the next hit is going to do it. Even if I save, it kind of doesn't matter. Okay. I grab my spear.
All right.
And start shanking away. So wait, I had said before it was on my back or whatever. How does that affect? What does it take for me to grab my spear?
It's a move action to draw a weapon. So, move action to
Okay.
draw, 1 attack, and then you have your standard action to attack.
I'm going to stick with get him as the well, actually flat-footed and get him are both -2, right?
Flat-footed is -2 to their armor class. Get 'em is
Right.
+2 to everyone's attacks.
Right.
So
I'm gonna
effectively, they kind of work out the same, except flat-footed.
Right.
There is a bonus to flat-footed. Let me double check it, but I believe it prevents the enemy from taking an attack of opportunity, which may be something to consider as you're thinking of what to do to it.
Better.
Well, but then I have to deal with bluffing him, and this guy seems to want it the hard way. The good news is that's a natural 20, so that's 25 to hit him. Let me see if that's enough. First, is 25 enough for KAC?
Oh yeah, I mean it's an automatic hit with a natural 20. So it's a
Yes.
critical hit.
Yes.
Yes.
Roll damage twice.
Yep. Unfortunately, my weapon doesn't have a critical effect. Lamentations. So that's going to be...
Ghost Maker?
It's the ghost spear, but it doesn't have a critical effect. It just it's got other stuff it does. Much better. 31 points of damage.
Okay. Yeah.
Deep hit right in a crack in the armor that was made by a previous attack from Volterix's Gelid Hail pistol. You find a crack in the armor and just jam the spear deep into flesh beneath. Duris actually screams in pain and rage, but is still standing.
When he screams, I look at him and I say, "No matter what you do, you will die today. Your death will be meaningless and you will never see the face of your god." And that's it.
Yikes.
Wow.
That's pretty harsh, man.
Yeah, your god is dead. I just called him on. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna fucking shit.
Yeah, what he said.
That is it.
Top tier shit talk from the captain. Volterix, it is your turn.
I'm going to attempt
the
this
captain
trick
who's
attack
bleeding
again.
profusely. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to try the trick attack again and move up just a little bit. And here comes the stealth. Come on. Ooh, okay. 18 plus 17 is 35, right?
Yes.
Yep.
You
35.
managed it this round, Volterix. You managed it this round.
All right, well, let's see if I can hit him.
Got hit him.
Oh, I hope so. Okay, that's going to be a 11 plus 27.
That's a hit.
Yeah, die.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
let me
yeah.
find my roll over them.
Get it.
4. Okay. That's going to be 15, 19, 19, 26 plus 9.
35 points of damage.
35.
Wow.
Another solid hit from behind as Duris is reeling in pain from the critical hit from the captain.
And he is off target.
Nice. Off target this time, Haven. You see, the
Yes.
battle seems to be going pretty well. Maybe these Jinsul were pushovers after all.
Do not jinx it.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
Yeah, so Haven is actually going to take this time to move, and they're going to go to be behind Gunnin. And so they're going to, they still have the effect of the 3 mines, but they're going to sort of take defensive stance behind Gunnin and is readying healing spells for when he's inevitably going to be taking damage.
Feeling like it might be time to stop the blood soon. Haven gets in a position to help out. Excellent choice.
Yeah. And just remind me, because I don't think that any of the healing that Haven can do magically can restore stamina points. But there's no mundane check to do that, right?
No, you need like 10 minutes to start restoring things. And unfortunately, in the midst of combat, sort of instantaneous magic, like from the serums of healing that you've gotten and all that jazz, you're kind of out of options as far as that's concerned.
Oh, would Haven be able to use one of the healing serums to restore Gunnin's stamina points?
No, they restore hit points, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just read it as hit points, not stamina, unfortunately. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, but that's all.
But it sounds like we might be getting into those soon anyway, so hey, he's gonna need them.
How dare you? How dare you? Not afraid of his leg blades.
But Haven is here to support their captain.
Here to support the captain. Good turn, Haven. It is the Jinsul Praetorian's turn. One of them is just going to take a guarded step to get into a nice flank with Kazka in the middle.
No.
And is going to lash out with a leg blade. Now you've got that
Not a
nice,
nice-
juicy 50% miss chance, but let's see if I
Yeah.
hit you first.
Oh yeah.
Miss,
Let me
miss,
count
miss,
that.
Oh,
Miss,
easily
miss.
hits. Deep in the 30s on that hit, but now I gotta roll up 50% miss chance. See if that displacement saves the day or not.
Is it high or low for Kazka?
I always do high is safe, like low is like failing a check, so under 5 on this D10 and you're safe. And thinking that Kazka is in one spot, the Jinsul Praetorian comes down with the leg blade and smashes into just the blurry image of Kazka, failing because of Maple's horrible spell.
It's a good spell.
Forever.
I know each one of
Jinsul
her.
Praetorian
What I
number
do.
2. He's mad. He is going to start making his way towards Volterix. But he's... Oh, yep, he can get right there. He's got reach with those leg blades because he's a big Jinsul. So he's going to lash out and try to stab old Volterix. Maybe. I don't know. 26 against KAC Volterix.
Yeah.
Gotcha with that one. All right, that's gonna be Ooh, nasty damage. We're at a weak roll. 15 points of slashing damage as the Jinsul Praetorian cuts into you. Then Haven, you hear a sound, a whooshing sound, as a door very near to you opens. Standing just on the other side is a Jinsul Praetorian.
Oh
because
no.
someone didn't hold it.
You know what?
Like they
This
were
dude got
ordered to.
Wow.
Move action to open that door. Standard action to stab Haven. Right through the neck. Haven, that is
only
going to
a
be
move action to
25
open a
against your
door?
KAC.
Ooh, a
What's that?
25 is gonna do it.
Oh, not bad damage either. 18 points of slashing, Haven.
Oh.
As the
Well-
incoming Jinsul gets you.
Haven does still have 5 points of damage resistance for this physical attack, and so only
Ding,
13.
Only 13 as the battle is joined.
I yelled, sorry guys, maybe I should have locked the door. I don't know. It was a hard decision.
Tough call, says Maple, safely from out of reach of the enemies.
Shut up.
Oh man. All right. I'm going to. Okay. I'm going to turn to the other Jin. So I'm going to turn to. Let me ping it. This Jinsul. Nope. Can't ping. Jesus. The one on my right. So not the big baddie. Yes.
Guy that,
thank you.
That tried to stab you and was displaced. Yeah, that one.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. I'm going to do a full attack again on him.
Oof.
Here we go. First one. So that's gonna be 23. That's a 20.
20 is a miss.
No.
Clangs right off this thing's tough armor. You have one more attack though.
Okay. 18 plus my 13 minus 3. That has to hit.
Deep into its armor. Yeah, you that one's a solid hit. The first attack, not so
Okay.
much. This one, easy.
That's 14 points.
14 points of damage. Ow! He is looking beat up and bloody. Purple blood is just spewing out of his wounds, but he looks completely undeterred and resolute in purpose. These things are fanatical in their desire to see this battle to its end. After Kazka, it's Maple's turn. Maple, you've just consigned Haven to death because you wouldn't hold that door. What are you doing?
They'll be fine. They're fine.
Jim loves to say stuff like that.
I don't, I mean, like, I just go, hey, should I lock the other door? Is there no point now because the door's open?
There's definitely no chance that anybody's coming through that other door in any number
I mean,
of
could she
rounds.
technically shut the door on this Jinsul?
Right?
It actually has
Don't
not
think
passed
the
through
spell-
the threshold. She could actually close the door again.
Not to
Make it
not
a
a
thing
meta,
again.
but it's I could
But wouldn't I
Yeah.
have to go over, walk over there and like touch the button to
You
close
would.
it?
You would have to
Oh,
touch the
okay.
button.
Well,
Touch the button. But the thing is, I can't do two action. I couldn't touch the button and cast a spell.
Don't you have
Wait,
Mage
what is-
Hand?
Actually, hold on.
Now that would be a
That's
standard
still a
action to
st-
use
yeah.
psychokinetic hand. So the problem
Oh,
is
yeah.
she wants
These-
an
I don't-
action to hold the door.
Got it.
Goddamn. Never mind. Just hang in there, Haven.
okay.
This is what we're doing. Just sharing a single brain cell. I'm gonna cast. I haven't done any preparation. Look at this. Look at me. Okay, this little ding dong right here. I'm gonna go ahead. Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? No, do I have line of sight to the one sort of in the doorway here? Kind
Not
of ish.
from where you are, but if you shift it a little bit, I would say.
All right,
Yeah.
let's
But the
do
problem
that.
is, you know that these
What?
Jinsul
What?
have a little bit of reach with their leg blades, so you know that if you're trying to cast a spell and like where you are right now, you're safe. But if you get in their reach, boy, oh boy, would it be a problem.
You know what?
I'd
It's fine. I got
say-
this crazy.
If you get one more square, yeah, I would give you line of sight there. I'm cool with that.
I don't like when Jim tries to help me because I feel like it's a trap. Alright, here's what me do. I'm gonna attack the one that is attacking poor little Haven with ectoplasmic snare. So making a ranged attack against the target's EAC, please.
Okay.
It's a reflex save. Oh my gosh, that is a 19 plus ranged.
Oh.
Blah, 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 8. So
You got him.
20 something. Yeah. Okay. Did they? So now you do reflex save, please. Sorry.
Now reflex save. That is a 17 on the reflex save.
It meets. So does it beat or?
That goes to the defender. So yeah, he makes his
Okay.
save, but just barely.
If the target fails, it is still grappled, and it takes 2d6 bludgeoning damage each round it remains so.
Nice.
The target can try to escape.
But the target made it. So what happens if the target makes it?
Oh, sorry. I just a successful try save. The target is still entangled for the duration. The duration
Entangled
is
for the duration. Okay.
is duration concentration up to 1 round of my level, so 7 rounds with concentration.
All right.
At least it's entangled. It's still entangled.
Entangled's a good
Alright.
condition.
Yes,
Going with half
yes.
speed, it's taking some penalties. Yeah, no, it's still good. Getting a good effect even on a fail is a good spell. Oh, no, not the big red axe. I don't want it to be a big red axe. I just want it to be a little snail guy. A little snail guy there. There we go. He's a little snail guy. 'cause he's entangled.
Nail.
A little snail.
Aw,
He's entangled in some
that's
ectoplasmic
cute.
goo. Now we
Yummy.
move on to the top of the next round. It is Duris's turn. Duris has put himself in the position to use a little ability I like to call multi-attack, where he will make
Rude.
4 attacks. Now I was
Four?
going to divide those attacks up between Captain Gunnan and Kazka, but then Gunnan went and insulted him deeply.
Oh.
So I'm gonna
Oh
have
my
all 4 of
gosh.
those leg blades come
No.
right down on his soft little
No,
fish.
Jim.
Worth it not to have Casca get hurt.
Now he is
Oh,
off target. He's gonna take a
no.
-2 penalty to these attacks. The first one,
Ugh.
armor class 26 KAC.
Fudge.
That is enough.
Mm.
All right, so the first one hits. The second one, 19 on the die is a definite hit.
Oh my god.
Next one is 25. Maybe not. 25 against
Still enough.
KAC.
That's my KAC's 24.
Last attack. Oh, then the last attack will miss. So 3 hits as this thing goes into like a frenzy. Leg blades flashing faster than you've ever seen any Jinsul move before. This is going to be 3d10 plus 45 damage.
Oh my god.
Plus 45?
That is almost certainly going to kill me because 51 will put me down.
Jim.
Yeah, that
can
is
I-
definitely going to put you on the ground. Now, it doesn't kill you.
Mm.
What it
Sure.
does is it drops you from unconscious and dying. Now, how many resolve
Right.
points do you still have at this point?
3.
3. Okay. So, on your neck, when it comes back around to you, which is
Which is
now,
next.
you can spend a resolve point to stabilize, which means that you won't continue dying. Then on the following round, you can spend another resolve point to actually get 1 hit point and be conscious. The other option is if somebody, as Haven had said he plans to do, though their plans may have changed with the new threat appearing, if they restore hit points to you, you will also be above 0 and no longer dying. So your life hangs in the balance, but you are not dead yet.
If I don't spend the resolve, what's the dying condition?
You actually just start. If you don't spend it, you just start. Like the thing is, there's no point to not spending it because you lose resolve if you don't spend it. And if you reach 0 resolve and you're dying, that's death. That's character.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and spend 1 to be not dying.
All right. So you stabilize.
That was so much damage that me doing a reaction to save him from 3d4 is nothing, right?
3d4, no, so I'm trying to think. So plus 45 plus 8 was 53, 57 plus 9.
No, you
60.
64, yeah, no, because I had
64.
50,
I don't think
51 would have dropped me, yeah.
Okay. I don't think you could take it below that threshold. The 3 hits. Each hit is 1d10 plus 15 points of damage. A vicious storm of death. Eurus was not pleased with the captain's insult. Now, his turn is done. Captain Gunnin stabilizes down to 2 resolve points. And Volterix, it is your turn.
Well, I don't like this. So, this center section, I saw... Wow, I can't speak. I saw that some of these guys crossed through it, so is it an open space to move through?
Only that, purple thing in the center of it is like a little statue. The black and the triangle is just an engraving on the floor of the holy symbol.
Does it provide any sort of cover or no?
The statue itself does, if you get behind that statue, yeah.
I don't necessarily want there to be cover, so... I guess... Nope, hang on. We go here. Alright. So I'm gonna move 30 feet. Where did I put that? Here?
Is this part of a trick attack?
Yeah, it's gonna be a trick attack.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go for Duras after witnessing what he just did to the captain. So here comes the stealth. Ooh, that's gonna be a 34 for stealth.
You are unnoticed. He is tricked.
Ooh, 29 to hit.
29 is a hit.
And then I destroy him. All right, that's gonna be 16, 22, 26, 26 plus 8 is 34, 35, 36, 37, 38 points of damage.
Nice. 38 points of damage is 30 too many because Duras had 8 hit points left. You put a bullet or you put a blast, like an icicle, right through the back of his head. It falls onto the captain who had just stabilized, and the weight causes him to resume dying.
To the end, I grapple with the... No, let the floor collapse and we'll just go full Gandalf of the Balrog. The whole way falling through this ship.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Duras is dead and the captain's fine.
Okay. Yeah, you jerk!
I can't help myself.
Jim always does that.
Leave.
Oh, Jim.
Got him.
Duras is dead. The Praetorians
Hey.
I did it.
Even you're still in danger. And so is the
Yes.
Fall to the ground.
So, Haven had prepped themselves behind the captain, ready to absorb any sort of damage. As soon as the captain sort of is fainting back, Haven is going to reach forward to grab them, and will use Jet Dash to move 6 times their movement speed, but is just going to drag them over to the corner.
So, just so you're aware, so Jet Dash...
Yeah.
Jet Dash is used... It gives you that enhancement specifically when you use the full round run action. which allows you to move.
Uh-huh.
It'll let you move like 300 feet and around. It's wild.
Yeah.
It's not for regular like walking around. So you just basically move regular, and just
that's
keep
fine.
in mind.
I was just using it to enhance as far as I could, but yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's fine. And then I'm going to check one thing with the entangled condition.
I
I
have 10,
believe
15,
that
20,
from
25,
any
30.
attack opportunity.
If you want to use my healing serum, you can, because I have one. We've all got one.
Right, I do as well. Would I be able to move and use an item?
If you had that
I'm
item
dragging
already
the
in your
captain?
hand, yes, but you'd have to like basically move action to get the item out and then use it. So unfortunately, you could.
Well, they did say
prep
they
the
were
item, though.
preparing. They did say last round they were preparing to do this, or
Yeah,
preparing
but
healing.
I was going to cast
I don't know.
magic.
Didn't have the
yeah.
action economy to
okay,
actually
got it.
do that though. Yeah.
Got it.
And another thing to keep in mind is as you're moving away from that Jinsul in the doorway, it would get an attack of opportunity against you, which you would be aware of with those leg blades. So I'm just putting that on your radar.
But it has snail on it. Doesn't snail do anything?
I know it does, and I just checked the entangled condition, which provides a -2 penalty to the attack roll, but does not prevent it from making a reaction.
It's
Don't
Don't worry, I'm protected by Maple's hand-me-down armor.
Right.
What have we done?
That is maybe. That is a 23 against your KAC. A bad roll for old Jim Jam.
That'll do it, though.
Oh no, Maple's failed you again.
No. That's
Leg
not
blade
it.
stabs down, and you take another 18 points of slashing
Only
damage,
13.
-5, so 13
Yeah.
points of slashing damage.
Still in
But you're
stamina.
over there. Did you grab one of those healing serums to be ready with it?
Yeah.
All right, and you've got.
Oh, I
a
wasn't
healing
ready
serum in
with
hand.
it. Mm-hmm. And we drag Gunnin, but I can't move the token.
Oh,
I'm
you're
open.
dragging Gunnin with you. Gotcha. Okay. So you've got that's the thing. Gunnin is with you. I'm gonna move old Gunnin.
I'm like a
to the
force
next
ghost. I'm with you, Haven, always.
There we go.
Indeed, Duris has fallen. So is the captain. Things are getting intense in here. It is the Praetorian's turn. One is going to try to make a full attack action furiously at Kazka. Slash,
Okay.
and does not have that sweet multi-attack ability. 29 against the old KAC, but I gotta make a freaking...
Oh yeah. One more round.
Makes it on this one.
Oh, yeah. I thought
So
you
it's
had like
gonna deal
7
some
rounds.
damage
Like you
to
got
you.
you got
Yeah,
it for
you've
a
got
while.
Yeah,
one
7
time of that
rounds.
left. 7 plus 12, 19 points of slashing damage, Kazka. And then its second attack at the -4 penalty. 3 on the die, misses totally with that
Yay.
second attack. So you are fine from Praetorian number 1. Praetorian number 2 is going to chase old Kazka, or Volterix. Going to chase Volterix right up and try to stab Volterix with leg blades. That is 25 against the KAC.
Yes.
Gets
Hits.
you for 18 points of slashing.
Okay.
And the untangled one. Impedes, so I have
Nail
to
time.
move at half speed, can't run or charge. Garbage.
We're being saved by Maple. That's what I'm hearing.
I wouldn't say saved by Maple. Just gonna step forward to get into the room, and make one attack at a -2 penalty against Kazka. Kazka, oh gosh, 22 -2, 20 against KAC.
Nope. And nope.
No good with that last attack. So the Praetorians are in place, ready to see this to the end, but they are not having nearly as good a time without their commander to lead the charge. Top of the next round, Gunnin. It is now your turn at the top of the round. You're now the first to go. You can, if you want, spend 1 resolve point to have 1 hit point and be conscious. Or you can just stay unconscious.
Will I be able to attack, or am I going to be like, well, you're awake at 1 hit point, but you got to lay there and do nothing?
You would be prone, but you would be able to take your turn. So you could stand up and do things, or you could just lay there and like give yourself a serum of healing or whatever it is that you want to do.
Yeah, I'll stand up and take. I'll spend the point and I'll use my own serum of healing, so I won't lock up Haven's action. So
Gotcha. All right. Stand up.
I will. Yeah. Just like, oh, thanks, friend. Give me something to shoot. You know, full StarCraft there for the kids of a certain age. And I'll roll the healing and let you know. So then getting up and using that is all I can do, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
Right.
Jim,
But then I'm alive.
skip my turn.
No, I would never do that. I skipped Casca and Maple, so yeah.
Yeah, you skipped the both of us.
Yeah, I
You
just
were just
like,
worried about me,
I
though.
have
Thank you. No, I
Shame on
appreciate
you.
that. You were
Concerned about
very
that.
nervous. You didn't want me to die. Thank you, Jim Jam. But since that's what I'm going to do, I'll have the dice roll ready here.
I feel like it already happened.
Well, we'll know about your turn when it comes down to it. Fine, Kazka, take your turn if that's what you want to do.
Wow. Well, I'm gonna hit this mofo right here for you. He's gonna go down.
All right.
Full
Oh,
attack.
yes, Mofo's in space.
15 plus 13 minus 3.
Still enough.
28.
5
Yeah.
to hit. That's gonna do it.
Okay. I rolled a 1. So that's 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage, but this badly wounded Praetorian didn't have 10 hit points to spare and dies.
Ooh.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Okay,
Great.
Awesome. And I'll turn around and get the one that's right there now. Okay, again, 15 on the die plus my 13 minus, so that hits. Here we go.
Yeah.
8 plus 9. 8 to 17 points.
17 points of damage. Cuts right through the armor. This thing is bleeding profusely. Not out of the fight yet. All right, Maple. I hear you also
Hi.
get a turn in this game. We Starfinder. What would you like to do with it?
I don't know, guys. Should I just close doors or should I kill some things? Me
Kill things.
will kill something. So I'm gonna go ahead and do double check this guy. I'm gonna go ahead and do a slice reality on the one that's very damaged here. So to do so, I'm going to cast it. It is saving throw, please, against 17.
Saving throw. Ooh, that's ugly. 12.
Fortitude.
So, yep, that's his round. He's
Yay.
getting sliced.
Okie dokie. And then that is a 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. It's not a ton, but listen, it's what I got.
Hey,
It's damage.
I respect it.
It's damage.
Damage. I'm gonna move
That's
like
through his own reality too. I mean, that's that's rough.
here-ish.
Yeah.
It's not about getting a little bit of
That's okay.
distance from the Praetorian as you slice his reality into pieces, and now Captain Gunnan's eyes flutters open, takes that serum of healing, gets on his feet. back
30
in the
points.
fight.
Yep, and I just
Wow.
yell out,
Hit points.
"Get him!"
Nice.
Yep, but I don't actually mark him and get him because my move action was healing myself. Yep, and I'm done.
We thought the captain was in trouble.
Aw.
It turns out. Can't kill,
Well,
you
he
can't kill
was.
anybody in Starfinder. That's,
He was in trouble.
famously.
Yeah, he was in trouble. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yes, but, yeah. You got like what, one resolve point left?
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, so you go down
But
again.
it's enough.
It could be lights out. But it is enough to keep you alive for right now. Volterix. What
Yeah.
are you doing over there? You want to take a turn too? I hear
Yeah, I
taking
do
a
wanna
turn is all
take
the
a
rage
turn.
these days.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna use my trick attack, but I'm gonna move. Hang on, I gotta go.
You're doing a flip and burn.
Boop, I am!
Remember.
Oh my gosh! I learned it from Haven. Alright, and here's my trick attack coming in stealth first. Ooh, that's gonna be a 15 plus 17, so 32?
Now, these guys are
32.
wise, but not as wise as Duras, and 32 is still going to beat their DC by a bit.
Yes! Ooh, and that's gonna be a 28 to hit.
Yeah, you got him.
Yeah. Alright. Damage, 12. 12, 18, 19, 25, 26, 27, 28.
28 points of damage. Your blast of icy shards nearly cuts this Jinsul Praetorian in two. Bad news. And it's Haven's turn. Haven.
Yeah. Haven had been like cradling the captain and had just dragged them away and thought for sure they were going to need to do some triage, but then the captain just pops up and then says, "Get him," and Haven is rejuvenated and takes a step forward and rings around their flamethrower and just lets loose at this thing.
Aye, Captain. Let me just grab my flamethrower.
Yeah.
Roll
Does a
your
19
attack.
hit?
A 19 against EAC.
EAC.
Because he's entangled. Yes.
Ah.
Yes.
I know. But it looks like, I guess,
Gotcha.
Maple was useful.
Yay! I did it somehow.
13 points of fire damage just come
13
at
points
this
of
thing.
damage, and you melt this unfortunate Praetorian to a bubbling pile of
Yes!
Who's scared
Oh
of
my
the
God,
door
yes.
now?
I have one turn left. What am I gonna do with it? Can I kill anyone? Probably not. Probably not, but I can make Volterix's life just a little bit harder. So I'm gonna whomp right up to her. Try to stab.
Oh.
The old stabberoonie. 26 against KAC. A hit. I was hoping for
Yes.
a crit. I knew it was the only way I was going to catch it. Decent damage this time, though. 20 points of slashing.
Whoa.
Okay.
That's all the Praetorian can do. Are we at least into hit points?
Oh, me? Yes.
Yeah, that's good. I feel good about that. At least drawing some
not by
blood.
like super a lot, but
Hey, don't you take this away from me.
Yeah.
I will a little
Don't
bit.
egg him on.
Kazka, you're up. I believe at this point you are fully attuned.
I am fully attuned. I'm
Gonna
gonna
walk up to the captain and explode.
No.
Oh,
It was
alright,
Casca
offer.
all along. Dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun, dun.
Okay,
Always has
but I
been.
am gonna run up to this guy and fully explode.
Yes.
Kaboom!
All right.
Here we-
I just
hope
want to
it
make sure
doesn't
you don't
hit
catch
Volterix.
That won't catch
Yeah.
Volterix. No, she's
Yeah,
just outside that radius.
listen to all of that.
Gosh, that's a terrible reflex save too. 14 reflex save.
Ooh.
Oh. So that's I don't even know what do you have to beat? 6.
Your DC is 15.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's a fail.
Nice.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 points. Not
Yeah,
bad.
points
kill
of
him.
There's a
damage.
couple ones.
And another Jinsul Praetorian is
Oh.
melted into a bubbling pile.
Yay!
Well
You
done.
lay the final blow down.
Yes.
And as you're all standing there, you see
Things are on
Uh,
fire
Joris's
and the
body
ship is
Yeah.
glitching.
Yeah. Jairus' body starts to twitch. You think just spasms, but then you see that he's like raising some device in his hands.
Are you kidding?
Through
No.
he's like bubbling blood. He says, I die, Starfinders. Well done. But so do you.
No.
And he pushes a button on the device. And nothing seems to change at first. But then you hear the klaxons shift in tone. And you hear doors slamming. And all the lights across the entire ship go a angry emergency red. The ship starts to rumble. And you hear a garbled but recognizable voice. It says, Starfinders, destruct, can't, run, run!
Guidance.
Run!
You know,
What do you
the
do?
funny part
Run.
about that is I intended to set the self-destruct on this ship. So good. Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess it's time to
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
I was gonna do that.
That
Was
anyway.
literally my next move. I'm like, you saved me. You saved me the effort. And I kick him in the head.
Oh.
and then run.
Yeah.
Damn you! I really hated you most of all, Gunnan. You were the worst.
he gets all four. All four. Yeah.
Yeah.
hmm I really was. My next thing was computers to activate the self-destruct on this ship.
That sounds
Yep.
very Captain Gunnan to me. I buy it 100%.
Yep. Run.
We start
So
running.
you begin
run.
running.
I fly.
You rush through the ship's corridors. You see Jinsul crew members. Rather than attempt to stop you, they seem to be crouched down on all 6 of their knees, their hands raised. They're all chanting these mumbling, mad prayers as they just ignore you as you're running past them. They seem to
Don't
be
listen.
embracing the coming destruction as this
I will
ship-wide
say-
apocalypse takes place.
As we're running,
Go ahead.
if you would notice closely, you can see that Haven is prepping to cast something as we're going, but is holding off until something happens.
Ooh, holding off. You reach the Scoured Rising without too much
Oh.
resistance, as all
But never
the
mind.
ship systems seem to. Oh, did you have some? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to take it away. I think it'd
Haven
be
was
cool.
Haven was prepping Life Bubble, which creates an atmospheric bubble around the targets, just in case the ship were to blow up. We would survive in space or something.
Aww.
You know what? In a similar vein, now that we're towards the end here, I want to say that I did waste money on it's not a very expensive, an oxygen candle. I've been waiting to use it this whole time. It's just it's like in my pack. I have like all this, like I have like an engineering like toolkit. Just never use any of that crap.
Aww.
But you
Come
look
on.
Make it.
fabulous. I will just say, as we get back on board the ship and Haven's like turning it on, I just say, Voltarix, Casca, get on the guns, please, and kill as many of those things as you can before we go.
Aye,
Got it,
Captain.
Cap.
Yeah.
We light them
Well,
up.
you,
Up.
you reach the ship and you find, Haven, that that big hangar door that was previously just an energy field that kept the atmosphere on the inside of the ship. Now it's blocked by these massive hull plating blast doors as the hangar
I think
has
we have
gone
our
into
first
lockdown.
target, ladies.
Yes. Can you
The weapons
make
are
an-
powered up.
make
We
an
do,
exit
yeah.
for us? Yes, please.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
we roll?
All right, Voltaire. I won't have you roll an attack roll because you're gonna hit, but I will have you roll damage to see how much of this hull you can punch through.
Is Maple able to
that
enhance the
mazer?
mazer like before?
Yeah, if she wants to attempt a mysticism check, just to
Sure.
Eldritch shot, sure, why not?
Is
Uh,
what was the
it's a
bonus for
1,
that one?
so no.
Oh.
I mean, I could
Cool.
try it via engineering. 'Cause it ended up being the
Yeah,
same
engineering.
same
you try to
thing.
divert power to the weapon.
Yep. That would be 26 for the boost.
All right,
Which
that is gonna
was,
give you guys.
Yeah, plus 2.
Yeah, that
No,
succeeds.
sorry. Yeah. Oh no, it makes when they roll the
Ones.
damage 1s or 2s. That's it.
Yep, 1s or 2s
Great,
instead
okay.
of old ones.
Here I go.
I didn't get any ones. All right. Ooh, I got 2 10s
That's good.
though. That's 20, 28. Wow. Okay, hold on. This is a lot of math. 28 plus 9. Xander, help.
37.
37.
Plus 13.
50.
Or 50.
Perfect.
50 points of damage. You try
Wow.
to blast your way out from the inside of the ship. You make a decent dent in those bay doors. Kazka, you see that they hold strong though. Do you have a shot to add? Were you firing
Yeah.
as well?
I'll shoot at the door then.
Sure.
I'll shoot
I
the
think
one
the
with
linked coil
the.
guns were your best bet.
Which ones? Is that all the little 4s?
8d4
I closed
for
out
linked
the-
coil guns.
Okay.
Shouldn't have done that.
14
All the little
plus
floors.
11. That enough?
25.
14 plus 11, 25 points of damage. You punch a hole.
No, sorry. That wasn't damage. I apologize.
Oh,
that was
so you're not
Yeah,
attacked.
let me
Oh.
roll my thing.
Oh yeah, I was saying just roll damage straight up because.
Sorry, I apologize. Let me count my damage. So it's 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Close enough.
Points of damage. Pretty close to what she had on the first one. So you managed to punch a hole through, and Haven, you're fairly confident that you can get the ship through. So you power up the engines, and you punch it. And at this moment, you sort of zoom out to see the whole of the Jinsul command ship just before it explodes in a shockwave of green and blue flames. Jinsul escort craft nearby are consumed outright in the blast. Fighting forces even kilometers away are knocked off course as the released energy blazes through them. There is silence and awe across the Starfinder fleet. And then a flurry of activity as they engage the remaining Jinsul, thrown into complete disarray by the loss of their commander and flagship. It's over not too much later. The Jinsul forces are destroyed, disabled, or fleeing. The Crayholm Freehold no longer under siege. Comm channels are filled with celebratory cries. Friends check in with one another, some elated to hear friendly voices sharing their joy, others feeling that terrible drop in their gut when they hear no response. Victory soured by the realization of terrible personal loss. Aboard the Perfect Silence, Historia 7 sends out one such query. Starfinder Command to Scoured Rising, acknowledge. And she's only met by static. She repeats the query, probing the Perfect Silence sensors for the Scoured Rising's drive signatures, but doesn't find them. She reaches out again and again, ignoring the worried looks from Radazam, struggling off the comforting hand of Loaziel Sabo on her shoulder. Starfinder Command to Scoured Rising, acknowledge. Her voice seems to crack just a little bit as she repeats the query again, and then finally, in a fit of rage, she slams her fists against the comms consoles. Acknowledge! Acknowledge! But only static answers. The Jinsul have been defeated. The Scoured Stars and the mysterious deity Kadrakal have gone quiet. And the saga of the Starfinder crew, who became icons across the pack, comes to an end. And we cut to black. That's the end of the Scoured Stars.
What?
I've had a fantastic time. This has been an incredibly enjoyable experience. I feel like in the end, we all learned a little something. These scenarios were all pulled from Paizo.com. They actually sell the PDFs of all the adventures that we played and tons of other adventures from all of the past Starfinder Society scenarios that they've already run through their organized play system. And now you can sort of take them, modify them, make them your own little story, just like we did here on this show. We are really looking forward to a lot of good things coming up on this channel. So even though Scoured Stars is over, we have PaizoCon coming up this weekend. It's going to be amazing. An entire weekend of Paizo content. Everything that they're releasing. I heard that on Friday night, there might be a little bit more Starfinder action in the form of another Starfinder one-off. And some of the faces on screen right now might just be with us when we play a little Band on the Run. That's an adventure from Luis Loza, which is super exciting. Cannot wait to get into that. And that's all I've got. Thank you, players, for joining me on this adventure. Thank you, everybody who watched. These have been exciting, fun episodes.
Also, I do want to say thank you, Jim Jam, for putting up with all of our silliness and making it such an enjoyable time for Starfinder.
Jam.
Yes, thank you for this 4 hours of cyberbullying every Wednesday.
Thank you, Game Blazer. Yes.
Game Blazer. It was a really good time. For all of my grumpy old madness when I'm on screen, it's all fun in games. I enjoy your silliness most of all. It's the most fun stuff in this entire series was all about the silliness, the baking of the bread, the trying to join up with the Hell Knights. All amazing scenes that I will never forget.
Zoe.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Thanks.
And
And
before
thanks
we
to
close out,
Adam and
though-
everybody with production behind the scenes too, by the way.
Yes.
Thank all of you.
Yes,
Working
Indeed,
so
a lot of
hard, the
work.
music, the art,
So good.
everything.
Such good stuff.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But before we actually sign off, I did want to turn our attention sort of back into our narrative for one final scene, because we are looking now at a ship in the strange blue-green glow of the drift. It is a golden hulled craft that is towing a very badly damaged gunboat. And inside that ship, there is a medical bay with 5 beds. And on each bed, there is a grievously wounded individual hooked up to an emergency autodock suite. There is an android in a suit who is watching the autodock work in silence as one of these individuals stirs. Maple, you open your eyes. You are in incredible pain. You're strapped to a hospital bed, being fed a steady drip of a dozen different medications. You feel like you should be dead. You feel like you might even still end up that way. You turn your head. You see that in similar situation, the captain, Volterix, Haven, Kazka, all unconscious. You're the only one who's stirred. And then a voice catches your attention. You turn and you see that Iteration 177 is standing nearby. And he's
Hey!
No way.
How are you feeling?
Oh my god, you did something. Great. Very proud of you.
It wasn't me who did something. You see, I wanted to thank you, personally, for taking care of Duras. He never really understood his role as a herald of Cadrigal, or what Cadrigal's will actually meant. So he had to be put down. And now, we surviving heralds can awaken our sleeping god without such interference. There's a lot of work to do, Maple, and you all have a very important role to play in the coming days. And Iteration 177 smiles, and you see a circular golden symbol appear on the smooth blue flesh of his forehead. The holy symbol of Cadrigal fills your vision like something from a fever dream, and you fall into the void of unconsciousness once more. And now, we are done with the Scoured Stars.
Wow.
Good night, everybody. It's been a blast.
Thank you,
We're out of
guys.